Chapter 1291. Can't you see? Previously, I didn't use my full strength at all. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. His blood-red hair danced in the wind, and the shocking battle intent shook the heavens, as if the god of war had descended. The 100 Zhuge Mingyang were stunned, and immediately roared like crazy. Why? Why did you do this? He actually didn't use his full strength. This was simply humiliating him, because I was looking for the weakness of the 3,000 incarnations. After all, this divine art is not ordinary magical. It has aroused my curiosity. Of course, the most important thing is that I have to preserve my strength. Because there is a person here who doesn't want me to return to the imperial capital, so I have to save some energy to deal with him. I thought that I could end the battle by taking you down, but I didn't expect you to have mastered a forbidden technique. There's no other way. I can only use my full strength. Qin Feiyang laughed. And the person he was talking about was naturally the imperial tutor. Haha, 100 Zhuge Mingyang laughed, but his face was full of self-mockery. It turned out that all along, it was just a comedy directed and acted by him. The other party didn't take him seriously at all. Suddenly, they were like a group of furious lions, roaring. Do you think that this can destroy my confidence? No, you will only arouse my fighting spirit and killing intent. Boom. 100 azure dragons rose from behind them. These were their fighting souls. Innate divine ability, destroy. Following their roar, the 100 azure dragon fighting souls scattered in the air, turning into an invisible force that rolled in all direction. The moment he was enveloped by that force, Qin Feiyang's cultivation immediately dropped by a small realm. In other words, from a 1-star fighting emperor, he directly fell to a 9-star fighting saint. I know this innate divine ability. It can weaken the opponent's cultivation by a small realm. Now, Zhuge Mingyang is still a 1-star fighting emperor, and Qin Feiyang has become a 9-star fighting saint. Facing the absolute difference in cultivation, I'm afraid that Qin Feiyang will not be able to compete with Zhuge Mingyang. People muttered. Something's wrong. Although his cultivation has dropped by a small realm, Qin Feiyang's expression hasn't changed at all. Someone else said. That's true. Could it be that he has some other tricks up his sleeve? Although there's only a difference of 1 stage between a 1-star battle emperor and a 9-star battle saint, the battle strength they can unleash is as different as heaven and earth. What will he use to break Zhuge Mingyang's innate ability? Everyone was bewildered. Qin Feiyang, I'll send you to hell right now. The 100 Zhuge Mingyangs roared, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Numerous crescent moons and suns flew towards Qin Feiyang with the power to destroy the world. I can't lose. The imperial preceptor stared fixedly at the blood moons and solar eclipses as he roared angrily in his heart, feeling uneasy. Still not giving up. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Activating the soaring dragon art, his cultivation level instantly soared to 1-star battle emperor. What's going on? The imperial preceptor and Zhuge Mingyang were immediately stunned. His innate ability was still there, but why did his cultivation level recover? At the same time, the purple gold dragon Qi appeared, and the divine statue reappeared. The emperor. The mighty emperor's might swept across the heavens and earth. Previously, your divine statue couldn't win against the 3,000 clones, and now, it still can't win against the 3,000 clones. Zhuge Mingyang roared. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the divine statue raised the broken sword and slashed downwards. A dazzling sword aura streaked across the sky, heading straight for the divine skills. How is this possible? The aura and sharpness of this sword aura is actually several times stronger than before. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes widened. Boom. In an instant. The sword aura arrived with a loud bang. The crescent moon and solar eclipses were like rotten wood, unable to withstand a single blow and were crushed into pieces. 100 Zhuge Mingyangs were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that even the third move, the Emperor, hadn't displayed its full strength before. How much more are you hiding? They roared again and again. My hidden means are not something you can imagine. For example, the 4th move of the Divine Dragon technique. Qin Feiyang said faintly. The 4th move. Zhuge Mingyang's body and mind trembled. That's right. The Divine Dragon technique had a fourth move. But until now, they had never seen Qin Feiyang use the fourth move. Watch out! The Imperial Preceptor suddenly roared. Because the sword aura had already arrived in front of Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang quivered and quickly regained his senses, hurriedly retreating. But the 99 clones were all annihilated by the sword aura. Puff! Zhuge Mingyang spat out blood. Roar! The purple gold dragon soul roared out and the Emperor prison sealed all directions. Zhuge Mingyang was fixed in the void on the spot, unable to move at all. After freezing Zhuge Mingyang, Qin Feiyang didn't waste any time and pointed his finger at him. Ultimate Void! An invisible force surged out like an arrow, with a shocking sharpness, flying towards Zhuge Mingyang. Damn it! The Imperial Preceptor's heart sank. With a wave of his hand, a wave of false god power appeared and blasted towards the Emperor prison. As long as the Emperor prison collapsed, Zhuge Mingyang would be able to regain his freedom and naturally have the ability to fight back. Don't go too far. Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. However, the Imperial Preceptor turned a deaf ear. Because he knew that if he let Zhuge Mingyang fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang, Zhuge Mingyang would definitely die. So, no matter what, he couldn't let this happen. And he was also very confident in his own strength. Because he was a false god. If he couldn't save Zhuge Mingyang from Qin Feiyang with his false god power, then it would really be a joke. But at this moment, a change occurred. Boom! A strand of divine sense suddenly appeared and blasted towards the Imperial Preceptor's false god power. With a loud bang, the false god power dissipated on the spot. That strand of divine sense instantly disappeared again. Who? The Imperial Preceptor was shocked and quickly looked around. The others also looked at the void in surprise. There was actually someone who could easily destroy the Imperial Preceptor's false god power. This was too terrifying. The Imperial Preceptor was a false god. However, a bright light flashed through Qin Feiyang's eyes. Although this strand of divine sense was like a flash in the pan, the aura it emitted gave him a very familiar feeling. That's right. It was Lu Xingchen. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, jolting everyone awake. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound and saw that the invisible force directly entered Zhuge Mingyang's sea of qi. Blood suddenly spurted out. And Qin Feiyang was rushing towards Zhuge Mingyang. Bastard! The Imperial Preceptor was furious and hurriedly rushed towards Qin Feiyang. But at this time, that strand of divine sense appeared again and directly rushed towards the Imperial Preceptor's forehead. The Imperial Preceptor turned pale with fright and hurriedly tilted his head. Divine sense swept past his temple, shattering his ears on the spot, and blood gushed out. Following closely, that strand of divine sense disappeared again. Who? Get out for this Imperial Preceptor! The Imperial Preceptor was completely furious. His divine sense was like a tide, rolling in all directions. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also rushed in front of Zhuge Mingyang. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, firmly grasping Zhuge Mingyang's head, then turned to look at the Imperial Preceptor and smiled. Look at this. The Imperial Preceptor turned his head to look and was immediately shocked and angry, roaring, "If you don't want to die, let him go immediately. What are you in a hurry for? Doesn't he have a forbidden technique? When he activates the forbidden technique again, won't he naturally be able to break free from my hands?" Qin Feiyang chuckled, then lowered his head to look at Zhuge Mingyang, and joked, "However, looking at your old appearance now, you probably won't dare to activate it again." Zhuge Mingyang smiled bitterly, did not say anything, and directly closed his eyes. "You're quite straightforward." Qin Feiyang smiled, released Zhuge Mingyang, and formed a seal with both hands. An enslavement seal instantly appeared. "You dare!" Seeing this, the Imperial Preceptor roared, extremely anxious, but he did not dare to make a move. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that Lu Xingchen, who was hiding in the dark, would take the opportunity to deal with him. The enslavement seal sank into Zhuge Mingyang's skull, and Zhuge Mingyang immediately howled miserably. However, the howling did not last long. After controlling Zhuge Mingyang, Qin Feiyang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the enslavement seal, Even if Zhuge Mingyang could activate the forbidden technique again, there was no need to worry about it. Because he could completely erase Zhuge Mingyang's soul before Zhuge Mingyang's sea of qi recovered. Qin Feiyang looked at the Imperial Preceptor, his eyes flashing. Here you are. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Zhuge Mingyang immediately flew towards the Imperial Preceptor like a meteorite. What? He actually let Zhuge Mingyang go? When did he become so kind? Everyone was petrified on the spot. Of course. They did not know the power of the enslavement seal. If they knew, they would definitely not think so. For example, the commander of the Kirin army. At this moment, he was wondering what Qin Feiyang was planning. Because he knew Qin Feiyang too well. It was impossible for him to let Zhuge Mingyang go for no reason. Looking at the Imperial Preceptor again, he quickly flew up and reached out to catch Zhuge Mingyang, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry. I'm incompetent. Not only did I fail to kill him, but I was controlled by him." Zhuge Mingyang blamed himself. "It's okay, I'll think of a way." The Imperial Preceptor comforted him in a low voice, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and transmitted his voice, "Tell me, what do I have to do to remove his control?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'm not free now. When I'm free, we'll talk about it slowly." Of course. He also transmitted his voice secretly. The Imperial Preceptor was furious. He had already lowered his status. What else did he want? "I'm waiting for you in the throne room. You can't not come." Qin Feiyang glanced at the Imperial Preceptor indifferently and sneered secretly. Then, he looked at Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others and said, "Let's go." Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others immediately flew toward Qin Feiyang. Wait. The Imperial Preceptor seemed to have thought of something and suddenly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. "Is there anything else?" Qin Feiyang asked without looking back. The Imperial Preceptor said in a deep voice, "Who was the person who secretly attacked just now?" "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. Instead of answering, he asked a question. A wisp of divine consciousness is so terrifying. His cultivation must be higher than mine, but as far as I know, there is no such person in the great Qin Empire. Who is he? Why did he help you? Chapter 1292. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Because I have a good character. No matter where I go, I'll be able to meet noble people." Good character? The Grand Preceptor was furious. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? "Remember, I'll be waiting for you in the throne room." Qin Feiyang chuckled and left with Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others. The Grand Preceptor and Zhuge Mingyang were too embarrassed to stay any longer. They opened a portal and left. The Kirin army commander also opened a portal and led a group of deputy commanders to the throne room. Zhuge Mingyang was completely defeated. Although Qin Feiyang didn't force him to kneel this time, he must be devastated after being defeated by Qin Feiyang twice in a row. I guess it'll be hard for him to walk out of Qin Feiyang's shadow in the future. Everyone sighed. Qin Feiyang was simply a monster. Wait. Didn't he say he's going to the throne room? Someone asked in surprise. Yeah. I think he said he's going to the throne room. He hasn't caused enough trouble here. He wants to go to the Imperial Palace. With his character, it's normal for him to cause trouble. Isn't that so? I heard that he's destroyed the throne room twice. I wonder what he's going to do this time. Twice. This guy is really lawless. I really want to go to the Imperial Palace to have a look. Unfortunately, with our status, we don't even have the qualifications to enter the Imperial Palace. Everyone was discussing. At the same time, the throne room had entered a state of full alert. A group of deputy commanders of the Kirin army personally guarded both sides of the throne room's door. Inside the throne room, the emperor was wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown. He sat on the dragon throne. An invisible emperor's aura filled the entire throne room. At this moment, there was no expression on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. The chief eunuch stood behind the emperor and looked at the throne room's door with a worried face. The commander of the Kirin army stood at the side of the dragon throne with a hint of worry in his eyes. It's Qin Feiyang. This is too much. He actually dares to openly walk in the sky above the imperial palace. He's simply looking down on His Majesty. Where does he think this is? The moment Qin Feiyang's group entered the airspace above the imperial palace, they attracted the attention of countless people. Eunuchs and palace maids, invincible Black Army, Kirin Army, even the Emperor's 3,000 concubines ran out and looked at Qin Feiyang's group with fear on their faces. Although they didn't like Qin Feiyang's current behavior, they didn't dare to say anything. "Young master, is this where you used to live?" Wang Yangfeng and the others curiously sized up everything in the imperial palace. "Yes. This is my home. However, over the years, every time I came back, I had to sneak around." "Don't you think that's funny?" Qin Feiyang mocked himself. "It's all in the past." Wang Yangfeng and the others looked at each other and comforted him. "That's right, it's all in the past." Qin Feiyang nodded. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the entire imperial palace. He clenched his fists and said, "From this moment onwards, this is my backyard. I can come and go as I please. No one can stop me." Lei Bao's eyes lit up and he said with a flattering smile, "Isn't that also my back garden?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Wang Yangfeng smiled and said, "The young master can say that, but you can't." "Why?" Lei Bao looked at him in confusion. "Because this is the imperial palace. If you say that, it's tantamount to rebellion," Wang Yangfeng said. Lei Bao glanced at Qin Feiyang and wondered, "Then can he say it? Do you still need to ask? The young master is originally from here," Wang Yangfeng said helplessly. Soon, the imperial palace came into everyone's sight. Qin Feiyang walked to the top of the imperial palace and glanced at the deputy commanders. Then, he took a step forward and landed in front of the imperial palace. The group of deputy commanders immediately became nervous, afraid that Qin Feiyang would destroy the imperial palace again. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and strode up the stairs. Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others followed closely behind. "Wait." But suddenly, a deputy commander blocked in front of Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the deputy commander. The deputy commander's gaze trembled and he hurriedly bowed and said, "His Majesty has ordered that only you are summoned." Qin Feiyang said, "They are my subordinates. Wherever I go, they will naturally follow. Do you have any objections?" "I wouldn't dare." The deputy commander hurriedly shook his head. "Then get out of the way," Qin Feiyang shouted. The deputy commander looked helplessly at the other deputy commanders. However, the other deputy commanders didn't dare to say a word. They lowered their heads in extreme panic. "All right, you have your duty. I won't make things difficult for you. However, if they don't go in, I won't go in either. Go and ask the emperor to come out and talk to me," Qin Feiyang said lightly. The deputy commander's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, His Majesty is the Emperor. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Are you challenging my patience?" Qin Feiyang's gaze was slightly cold. "I wouldn't dare," the deputy commander said fearfully. "Let them all in." At this moment, the Emperor's majestic voice sounded in the imperial palace. "Yes," the deputy commander hurriedly replied, then stepped aside and bowed. "Everyone, please." When Qin Feiyang and the others entered the imperial palace, the deputy commander heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body was drenched in sweat. "How was it?" The other deputy commanders looked at him and secretly asked. "Very strong pressure. Standing in front of him is like standing in front of His Majesty," the deputy commander thought, his eyes full of wariness. The other deputy commanders looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the imperial palace worriedly. Even an idiot could see that Qin Feiyang had returned this time to settle scores with His Majesty. With so many experts following him, who knew what would happen? Inside the imperial palace, Qin Feiyang stood in the center of the imperial palace and looked up at the emperor. The emperor was naturally not to be outdone. He looked down at Qin Feiyang condescendingly. "This is the imperial palace. Apart from being a little gorgeous, there's nothing special about it." Lei Bao looked at the imperial palace with some disdain in his eyes. Hearing this, The chief eunuch and the commander of the Kirin army couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Wasn't this all thanks to Qin Feiyang? The original imperial palace was left behind by the first emperor. Every brick and tile gave people a great sense of oppression. But now, although it was rebuilt and restored as much as possible, it was less majestic than before. You came back to the imperial capital in such a big way. Do you have any respect for me? The emperor was the first to break the silence and looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. Who are you? Why should I care about you? Qin Feiyang said lightly. Don't be rude. The chief eunuch scolded. Qin Feiyang turned his eyes and fell on the chief eunuch. His eyes were calm, but the chief eunuch couldn't help but feel afraid. What? Do you still want to kill in the imperial palace? Seeing this, the emperor was furious. He slapped the armrest and stood up. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, You're right. I really want to kill in the imperial palace. Bring him here. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yangfeng took the brawny man in golden armor and walked to Qin Feiyang. Then, he threw him in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't kill the brawny man in golden armor. He kept him for this moment. Your Majesty, save me. The brawny man in golden armor was terrified. He quickly knelt on the ground and looked helplessly at the emperor, calling for help. The emperor looked at the brawny man in golden armor and suddenly became angry. He shouted, What did I tell you before I left? I know I was wrong. Your Majesty, please spare my life. The brawny man in golden armor trembled and hurriedly kowtowed. Bang, bang. The emperor glanced at him and then looked up at Qin Feiyang. Although he didn't do as I ordered, he didn't do anything wrong. Because you are a wanted criminal. As the commander of the invincible Black Army, it is reasonable for him to arrest you. It is reasonable, Qin Feiyang murmured. His eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. He waved his hand and a red sword chi swept out with amazing killing intent. Ah! The brawny man in golden armor screamed and his head fell to the ground. The bowl-sized wound on his neck spurted blood like a fountain. What's going on? The group of deputy commanders outside the door heard the commotion and immediately rushed into the throne room. When they saw the brawny man in golden armor with his head separated from his body, their faces suddenly turned pale. The chief eunuch and the commander of the Kirin army were also shocked. They didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would really kill someone in the throne room. Qin Feiyang looked up at the emperor and said indifferently, He wanted to kill me. Is it reasonable for me to kill him now? Bastard. The emperor was about to explode. His face was ashen. Qin Feiyang said, Stop talking nonsense. Immediately announce to the world that my arrest warrant is withdrawn. Withdraw the arrest warrant. The emperor smiled coldly and returned to his seat. He said, Don't you know that a monarch's words are not a joke? I don't know. I only know that if you don't withdraw the arrest warrant, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this throne room today. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The commander of the Kirin army quickly stood in front of the emperor and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, Don't mess around. The group of deputy commanders also rushed to the side of the commander of the Kirin army and looked at Qin Feiyang as if they were facing a great enemy. But at the same time, Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others also stepped forward and stood on Qin Feiyang's left and right. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became dignified. The two sides confronted each other with swords drawn and bows bent. The chief eunuch saw that the situation was not good and quickly stood up. He said, Qin Feiyang, do you know how treacherous your words are? Treacherous? Back then, I destroyed my own bloodline power in the White Heaven Palace. Who in the Imperial Palace didn't see it? I have long severed the father and son relationship with him. In my eyes now, he is just my enemy. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. The chief eunuch sighed. That may be the case, but your life was given to you by His Majesty. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said word by word, My life was given to me by Mother. What else did the chief eunuch want to say? The emperor shouted, I didn't ask you to speak. What are you talking about? Back down. Your Majesty. The chief eunuch was very anxious. Back down. the emperor shouted. Chapter 1293. The emperor looked at the commander of the Kirin army and the others and said, "You can leave now." "Yes, your majesty." The commander of the Kirin army and the others responded respectfully and retreated to the side, but they were always vigilant. At this time, the emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said expressionlessly, "Do you dare to touch me?" Qin Feiyang took a step forward and the Chang Shui appeared and placed it on the emperor's neck. The sharp blade cut through the emperor's skin, causing blood to flow out. "Qin Feiyang, don't be rash," the commander of the Kirin army shouted anxiously. The emperor didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would dare to attack him. "Do you really think I don't dare?" Qin Feiyang looked down at the emperor coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Then do it," the emperor said. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Are you looking for death?" The emperor was silent. "Not talking? Then let me guess, why are you looking for death? Do you feel guilty because you have done too many evil things?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Enough," the commander of the Kirin army shouted angrily. "Qin Feiyang, the imperial palace is not as simple as you think. If you dare to hurt His Majesty, I can guarantee that you will not leave here alive." "Really?" Qin Feiyang sneered and turned to the commander of the Kirin army and asked, "Are you talking about the fake gods hiding in the back mountain?" "Yes. Any one of them will be enough to crush you into pieces," the commander of the Kirin army said in a deep voice. "Unfortunately, their time is up." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Although their time is up, they don't mind sacrificing their lives if someone threatens the lifeline of the great Qin Empire." The commander of the Kirin army said. Qin Feiyang said, "If you're so great, why don't you get rid of that old bastard, the imperial advisor? What did the imperial tutor do wrong? Why do you want to get rid of him?" the commander of the Kirin army asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of sarcasm. "Qin Feiyang, don't talk nonsense behind my back and slander me." At this moment, the imperial preceptor rushed into the throne room and looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. "Release His Majesty now. Let him go." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at the state preceptor and asked, "That's not right. Logically speaking, you should be happy to see me holding a knife to his neck. Why are you concerned about him instead? I don't know what you're talking about. In short, release His Majesty immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The imperial preceptor's pupils constricted as he shouted angrily. "Ha ha!" Qin Feiyang burst out laughing in public, his eyes full of mockery. The imperial preceptor's face became more and more ugly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and lowered his head to look at the emperor. He grinned and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you right now. It's not because I can't do it, it's because I want you to see how foolish and laughable your actions have been all these years." After that, he put away Chang Shui, turned to the center of the hall, and looked at the chief eunuch. "Bring me an armchair." The throne room was the place where the emperors presided over the state affairs, so there were no other chairs except the dragon chair, and no other chairs were allowed. Because there was only one person who was qualified to sit here, and that was the emperor. Even the imperial preceptor did not have such honor and treatment. So, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the chief eunuch was in a dilemma and looked at the emperor and the imperial preceptor for help. The emperor was silent. The imperial preceptor looked at the emperor and said patiently, "Bring him one." "Yes." The head eunuch responded. He then took out an armchair from his Chenkuan bag and respectfully presented it in front of Qin Feiyang. He even used his sleeve to wipe it to see if there was any dust on it. Qin Feiyang sat on it, supported his head with his right hand, and tapped the armrest with his left hand rhythmically. He said lightly, "Hurry up and give the decree. Don't waste everyone's time." Presumptuous, too presumptuous. Those vice commanders all had indignant expressions on their faces. This was the throne room, sacred and solemn. However, this person was so frivolous in the throne room. He simply had no respect for the law. But the emperor still did not say a word. The imperial preceptor frowned and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. "Your Majesty, although Qin Feiyang has been unscrupulous and lawless these years, he is the successor of the former emperor. So I hope that your Majesty can give him a way out and take back his fame." The chief eunuch and the commander of the Kirin army looked at the imperial preceptor in surprise. The imperial preceptor actually interceded for Qin Feiyang? What a strange story. What was going on? However, the emperor still kept his mouth shut, and his expression did not change at all. Qin Feiyang's patience was worn out. Don't think that I can't stay in Imperial City if you don't take back the arrest warrant. I'm telling you, I'm going to Bright Heaven Palace now. If you have the ability, come and drive me away. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, got up, and led Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others outside. Bright Heaven Palace. The emperor's eyes trembled, and he shouted, "Stop." Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, pretended not to hear, and walked out of the throne room. Then, he turned his head and looked at the throne room. What's wrong? Lei Bao, Wang Yangfeng, and the others looked at him suspiciously. At the same time, the commander of the Kirin army and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang's eyes, an uneasy premonition arose in their hearts. There's really no need for this place to exist. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Red Sword Qi emerged, rushing towards the throne room like a tide. No. The commander of the Kirin army roared, and hurriedly rushed out, rushing towards the Red Sword Qi. But it was too late. With a loud bang, the throne room was shattered on the spot, and dust covered the sky. After that, Qin Feiyang opened the teleportation gate and left without looking back. It's destroyed again. The commander of the Kirin army glanced at Qin Feiyang, looked back at the ruins in front of him, and muttered to himself, his eyes full of helplessness. The current Qin Feiyang had grown up. Without a false god, no one could subdue him. Your Majesty. Suddenly, thinking that the emperor was still inside, he hurriedly waved his hand, and a gust of wind suddenly blew, dispersing the dust. The Grand Master condensed a divine power boundary, which enveloped the emperor, the chief eunuch, and the deputy commanders, and isolated them from the dust outside. The emperor was still sitting on the dragon throne, but his face was extremely gloomy. His body was trembling, and his hands were tightly clenched together. Your Majesty, please calm down. The commander of the Kirin army hurriedly flew over and knelt on the ground. A deputy commander bowed and said, Your Majesty, Qin Feiyang has repeatedly destroyed the throne room, and he deserves to be punished. Your Majesty, please immediately issue a decree, and order the Grand Master to personally lead people to arrest him. The Grand Master immediately raised his eyebrows and looked at the deputy commander with a touch of hostility in his old eyes. Zhuge Shenfeng was in Qin Feiyang's hands, and Zhuge Mingyang was also under Qin Feiyang's control. How dare he instigate the emperor to arrest Qin Feiyang? Wasn't this deliberately causing trouble for him? The emperor raised his head and looked at the Grand Master. The Grand Master's eyes trembled, and he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, if you really issue a decree, I dare not disobey, but I think it's not the right time to attack Qin Feiyang. This is the third time, and it's not the right time to attack him. Do you want to wait until he destroys the entire imperial palace? The deputy commander was so angry that he forgot that the person standing in front of him was the Grand Master of the imperial court. The Grand Master's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he shouted, Shut up, do you have the right to speak here? His voice was like thunder, and it passed into the deputy commander's ears. The deputy commander quivered, and a trace of panic crept up in his eyes. Only now did he realize that he was talking to the Grand Master. If you dare to say one more word, don't blame me for being impolite. The imperial preceptor groaned coldly. Then, he looked at the emperor and said, Your Majesty, Qin Feiyang brought people and ferocious beasts. I'm sure you can see that they're all 9-star battle emperors. The emperor nodded. Although there aren't many of them, including Lei Bao, there are only 19 9-star combat emperors, but I found that there was a mysterious expert secretly protecting him in the first district. The Grand Master said. The emperor frowned. The chief eunuch asked, Grand Master, may I ask who the mysterious expert is? I don't know. But I'm sure that this person's strength is stronger than mine. The Grand Master said in a deep voice, and his face was full of seriousness. What? The chief eunuch's face suddenly changed. The emperor also stood up, and his face was full of disbelief. The Grand Master said, I don't dare to say that. At that time, the commander and deputy commanders of the Kirin army also saw it with their own eyes, but this person never appeared, so no one knows who he is, and no one knows what he looks like. The emperor looked at the commanders of the Kirin army and the others. The commanders of the Kirin army nodded. The emperor's eyes darkened slightly, and he said, "So, this mysterious expert is his biggest reliance?" "That's right. So, I suggest that we first stabilize Qin Feiyang, and then make a long-term plan after we find out the identity of this mysterious expert." The Grand Master said. "I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. In just a few decades, this little bastard has not only cultivated so many 9-star combat emperors, but also found such a terrifying backer. I really regret not killing him when I crippled his cultivation," the emperor said sternly. "Things have already developed to this point. It's useless for your majesty to regret. Let's first issue a decree to remove the arrest warrant. Also, let's hurry to the Bright Sky Palace. Maybe Qin Feiyang will harm the little prince." The Grand Master sighed. In fact, his heart was bleeding. Because Wang Yangfeng and the others were cultivated by him, but now, they had become a sharp blade in Qin Feiyang's hand. "Fine." The emperor sighed helplessly, looked at the chief eunuch, and ordered, "Immediately go and announce to the world that I am benevolent and have forgiven Qin Feiyang for his past mistakes." "Yes, Your Majesty." The chief eunuch bowed and replied. "Commander of the Kirin army, take some people to rebuild the throne room." After saying that, the emperor opened the portal and went to the Bright Sky Palace. After the Grand Master watched the emperor leave, he turned his head and looked at the deputy commander who had just contradicted him. The deputy commander's face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground, trembling. Seeing that the situation was not good, the commander of the Kirin army hurriedly went up and cupped his hands with a smile. "Lord Grand Master, he was too angry with Qin Feiyang just now. It was an unintentional mistake. I hope Your Majesty can forgive him." Chapter 1294. It wasn't until the teleportation gate dissipated that the vice-commander's heart finally relaxed. He turned to the commander of the Kirin army and said gratefully, "Thank you for pleading for me, Commander." The commander of the Kirin army said, "Get up." "Yes." The vice-commander nodded and stood up slowly, only to find that his legs had lost their strength. "You're paralyzed by this? How dare you offend him?" The commander of the Kirin army shook his head helplessly and pulled the vice-commander up. "I didn't mean it." The vice-commander felt wronged. The other vice-commanders also surrounded him and looked at him with schadenfreude. The vice-commander smiled bitterly and then frowned. "Commander, don't you think it's strange? Ahem." But without waiting for that deputy commander to finish speaking, the commander of the Chilean army gave a dry cough and turned his head to look at the head eunuch. He smiled and said, "Head eunuch, didn't His Majesty ask you to announce to the world? Why are you still standing here? Are you going to help us rebuild the throne room?" I'm going. The chief eunuch smiled embarrassedly, opened the portal, and left. Seeing the portal disappear, the commander of the Kirin army withdrew his gaze and looked at the vice-commander. "Now tell me. You see, the grudge between the imperial advisor and Qin Feiyang is not known to others, but we know it very well. They will not stop until one of them is dead. But why did the imperial advisor protect Qin Feiyang in front of His Majesty? Is it really because of that mysterious powerhouse? If so, how do you explain the imperial advisor's hesitation in front of Qin Feiyang in the first district? You know, that mysterious powerhouse hadn't appeared at that time." The vice-commander said. "To be honest, the imperial advisor's behavior today is really strange. It's not his style at all." The other vice-commanders nodded as well. The commander of the Kirin army said, "Actually, I also want to ask this question, but I can't figure it out." One of the vice-commanders suddenly said, "Could it be that Qin Feiyang has something on the imperial advisor?" "Don't say it. That's possible. Otherwise, why would he suddenly change?" The group of vice-commanders began to discuss this all at once. "Blackmail," the commander of the Kirin army muttered to himself. Actually, that was what he thought as well. But he just couldn't figure out what kind of evidence could make the state preceptor so cautious. All right. Don't think too much. When the time comes, the truth will naturally be revealed to the world." The only thing I'm worried about now is whether Qin Feiyang and His Majesty will cause trouble in Bright Sky Palace again. The commander of the Kirin army looked in the direction of Bright Sky Palace, his face full of worry. Bright Sky Palace. This is my child's bedroom. What right do you have to chase us away? The current empress stood in front of the door, looking at Qin Feiyang and the others who were standing at the bottom of the stairs. The guards guarding Dawn Heaven Palace also rushed over one after another, surrounding Qin Feiyang and company, as if facing a great enemy. What right do I have? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, "This is my, Qin Feiyang's bedroom to begin with. What right do you have? That was in the past. And now, you've been stripped of your position as a prince. What right do you have to stay in the imperial palace?" The current empress roared like a shrew. "You're talking about qualifications with me? Who do you think you are? Get lost right now, or don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Feiyang said coldly. "The one who should get lost is you. Impolite to me? Try touching me if you have the ability. I'm the empress now. If you dare touch a single hair of mine, His Majesty won't let you off," the current empress shouted, not feeling any fear at all. "Cripple her." Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Lei Bao snickered, and a wisp of lightning power streaked across the sky like lightning, entering the current empress's abdomen. "Ah!" the current empress screamed immediately. "Empress!" The group of guards' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly pulled out the swords in their hands. "Who dares to touch me?" Qin Feiyang looked around, his eyes were as cold as the Grim Reaper's. Those guards felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their bodies were cold. No one dared to take a step closer. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully, looked at the current empress, and shouted, "Slap her." Wang Yangfeng immediately stepped forward and slapped the current empress's face. A bright red palm print immediately appeared. The current empress was stunned. Not only did he cripple her sea of qi, but he also slapped her in public. "Qin Feiyang, I'm the mother of a country. How dare you let someone hit me? Are you rebelling?" The next moment, she went crazy and screamed hysterically. "You think you're worthy of being the mother of a country?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of contempt, and he shouted, "One is not enough. Continue until she can't scream." Wang Yangfeng's left hand shot out and grabbed the current empress's arm to prevent her from struggling. Then she raised her right hand and slapped the current empress's face one after another. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Screams resounded through the sky. "Your Highness, I beg you, please have mercy. The Empress's body is priceless. You can't continue to hit her." Those guards put down their weapons and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Swoosh. At this moment, the Emperor came. Seeing this scene, he was furious. "Unfilial son, how long are you going to fool around? Release her immediately and apologize to her." At the same time, the Emperor swooped down like lightning and slapped Wang Yangfeng. "Do you think I don't exist?" Lei Bao chuckled. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared in front of Wang Yangfeng and attacked with his claw. Bang! The Emperor was pushed back on the spot. Lei Bao also took a few steps back, but there was no trace of injury. He stood beside Wang Yangfeng and looked at the Emperor with a smile. "Before Boss Qin gives the order, no one can take a step forward. Your Majesty, save me." The current Empress cried for help in despair. "You can still shout. Continue," Qin Feiyang said. Smack. Wang Yangfeng raised her hand and slapped down mercilessly. The current Empress's face was bleeding and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. "Preposterous, preposterous. Do you still have the law in your eyes?" The Emperor was furious. "Sorry. What is the law?" Lei Bao asked curiously. "Fut." The Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest and clenched his 5 fingers tightly. "Ouch. You spat out blood just like that. You're too weak. It's my fault, however, I really don't know the law you're talking about. I only know that Boss Qin's words are the law." Lei Bao laughed sinisterly. The Emperor suddenly turned his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye. "Why did you hit my mother? Let go of my mother." At this time, The little prince ran out of the hall. The emperor's face changed and hurriedly shouted, "Tian, don't come out." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and sneered. "Since you're already here, don't leave, Wang Yishan." Whoosh! Wang Yishan immediately flew out, grabbed the little prince, and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. "Qin Feiyang, he's your biological brother, what are you trying to do?" The emperor roared. "Biological brother," Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and looked down at the little prince. Suddenly, a wisp of battle chi flew out of his palm and went straight to the little prince's glabella. "No, please, let him go, he's just a child," the emperor was desperate. The little prince also had a look of terror on his face. "He's a child? Then when you used the evil spirit pill to destroy my cultivation and expel me from the capital, I was not a child." Qin Feiyang's entire body also emitted an astonishing amount of hostility. The wisp of battle chi stopped in front of the little prince's glabella, but the sharp edge tore the skin between the little prince's glabella, and drops of blood kept dripping. "Don't kill him, please," the emperor murmured and collapsed to the ground. "I didn't expect you to care about him so much. Since you care so much, you'd better protect him closely from now on. Because if I'm in a bad mood one day, I may kill him." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, grabbed the little prince, and threw him over. But no one noticed that when he threw the little prince to the emperor, he reached out and caught a drop of the little prince's blood. The emperor hurriedly got up and reached out to catch the little prince. The frightened little prince immediately burrowed into the emperor's arms and cried, "Don't be afraid, father is here." The emperor comforted in a low voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he whispered a few words in Wang Yishan's ear. "Why is that?" Hearing this, Wang Yishan's eyes were full of confusion. "Just do as I say," Qin Feiyang said telepathically. "Okay." Wang Yishan nodded, took out a dagger secretly, and then rushed toward the emperor like a sharp arrow. The emperor was concerned about the little prince and did not notice at all. Puff! Wang Yishan rushed in front of the emperor and directly stabbed into the emperor's left shoulder. Blood immediately spurted out. Then, before the emperor could react, Wang Yishan grabbed a few drops of blood and returned to Qin Feiyang's side in silence. Unfilial son, unfilial son. After the emperor came to his senses, he looked at the wound on his shoulder and immediately shouted at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the current empress. In just a short while, this woman had been slapped at least hundreds of times, and her face had long been unrecognizable. She could not scream anymore. If it were not for Wang Yangfeng holding her, she would not even have the strength to stand. Qin Feiyang said, "That's enough." Wang Yangfeng stopped, let go of the current empress, and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. And the current empress collapsed on the ground on the spot, like a pool of mud. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the emperor and said lightly, "From now on, this is my territory, Qin Feiyang. Without my permission, no one is allowed to step in, including you, the master of the imperial palace. Take her and get out." The emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang coldly, picked up the little prince, looked at the group of guards, and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help the empress go." 2 guards immediately ran up, one on the left and one on the right, and helped the current empress up to the emperor's side. "You will be punished by the heavens." The emperor stared at Qin Feiyang and coldly threw down these words. Then, he carried the little prince and left. "Heaven's punishment," Qin Feiyang murmured, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then looked at the current empress, and transmitted his voice, "Don't think that you can hide your dealings with Zhuge Wuhou from the world, prepare to die as soon as possible." The current empress was about to faint, but when she heard these words, it was like a bolt from the blue, and she suddenly woke up. What did he mean? Did he know? But how was that possible? Chapter 1295. After the emperor and the rest left, Wang Yangfeng retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, whispering, "Do you feel uncomfortable seeing the emperor dote on the little prince so much?" "Uncomfortable?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and strode into the palace. Wang Yangfeng and the rest looked at each other and quickly followed. The decorations in the hall were extremely luxurious, with all kinds of agate, jade, and precious stones. However, to Qin Feiyang, these were just ordinary things that he was not interested in at all. He stood in the middle of the hall and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Yangfeng and said, "Go and find a bowl of water immediately." "What do you need water for?" Wang Yangfeng was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "You'll know later." "All right, I'll go now." Wang Yangfeng nodded and turned to walk out of the palace quickly. "I'll go for a stroll too." Lei Yibao chuckled and turned into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wang Yishan said, "It won't go and cause trouble, right?" "It doesn't matter." Qin Feiyang said indifferently and walked to a chair, sitting down and lowering his head to ponder. In a short while, Wang Yangfeng returned with a bowl of water and brought it to Qin Feiyang. "Don't move it," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Wang Yangfeng nodded. "Phew." Qin Feiyang looked at the water in the bowl and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his arm and opened his palm. A drop of blood appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that drop of blood, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Dong. Qin Feiyang flipped his hand and the blood fell into the bowl. Then, he looked at Wang Yishan and said, "Put the blood in your hand in too." Okay. Wang Yishan came back to his senses and ran to Qin Feiyang. Then, he waved his hand and the blood in his hand dripped into the bowl. "Whose blood is this?" Wang Yangfeng was surprised. "The Emperor and the little prince," Qin Feiyang said. "The Emperor? The little prince?" Everyone was slightly stunned. "I understand." Wang Yishan suddenly showed a look of understanding and said, "So young master is dripping blood to identify relatives?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Now, the first thing he had to figure out was whether this little prince was really the emperor's flesh and blood. Therefore, he came up with the idea of a blood test. If the little prince was really the flesh and blood of the emperor, then their blood could be mixed in the water. If it wasn't, it wouldn't have fused. Inside the palace, at this moment, there was a deathly silence. Qin Feiyang nervously looked at the 2 drops of blood in the bowl. To tell the truth, he did not dislike the little prince. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the little prince. This could be because every time the little prince saw him, he would affectionately call him brother. Therefore, he especially hoped that there was no problem with the identity of the little prince. Time passed by slowly. The 2 drops of blood gradually drew close to each other and then melted bit by bit until they were completely inseparable. Wang Yangfeng and the others looked at each other and then at Qin Feiyang. This was enough to prove that the little prince was indeed the emperor's flesh and blood. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood in the bowl and suddenly shook his head with a smile. He waved his hand and said, "Go and pour it away." Wang Yangfeng nodded and turned to leave. Wang Yishan asked, "Young master, how do you plan to deal with the little prince now?" Qin Feiyang held his forehead and pondered for a while. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes and he said, "Try not to hurt the little prince in the future, but now the empress must die." Everyone looked at each other. "What?" Qin Feiyang looked at everyone in confusion. Wang Yishan said, "Young master, although the empress is indecent, she is the little prince's birth mother after all. If you kill her, the little prince may hate you in the future. If he is a reasonable person when he grows up, he won't blame me. But if he is as ignorant as the other princes, I don't mind getting rid of him too." Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yishan and the others were shocked. This young master was really a decisive person. "Young master." At this moment, Wang Yangfeng hurried in and whispered, "When I was pouring water just now, I accidentally found that there were a few guards around the Bright Sky Palace. They were sneaking around and seemed to be monitoring us." Wang Yishan and the others frowned when they heard this. Qin Feiyang was not surprised at all. He smiled faintly and said, "This is normal. After all, you are all 9-star combat emperors and are top experts in the entire Great Qin Empire. Of course, there will be people worried that we will mess around in the palace. Then should we get rid of them?" Wang Yangfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he made a throat-slitting gesture. "No need. Let them monitor us. I don't plan to live here anyway." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Everyone was stunned. Wang Yangfeng was puzzled. "If you don't plan to live here, then why did you snatch the Bright Sky Palace? This is the place where my mother and I used to live." All my beautiful memories are here. In the past, because I didn't have the ability, I let that woman occupy the bright sky palace. And now, with all of you by my side to help me, I naturally won't allow anyone else to live here. Qin Feiyang smiled. Wang Yangfeng and the others also had a smile on their faces. From these words, it could be seen that the young master trusted them completely. Wan Ishan asked, "Then what is the young master's next plan?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. He suddenly waved his hand and Fatso appeared out of thin air. "What are you doing?" "Fat Lord is trying to break through to the 6-star Battle Saint realm," Fatso said unhappily. "Trying to break through to the 6-star Battle Saint realm?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "Aren't you building the herb field?" "Yes. But not long ago, I suddenly felt that I was about to break through, so I prepared to break through in the village," Fatso said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's put the matter of cultivation aside for now. You immediately take Elder Wang and the others to the spiritual state." "Why are we going to the spiritual state?" Fatso was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "The disappearance of Lin Yi and the mermaid princess can't be ignored like this. We must find out the results. It turns out to be for them." Fatso suddenly realized and frowned, but Uncle Yang also said that there are no clues about their disappearance. "How do we investigate?" Qin Feiyang said, "There must be something that we missed. You go and check carefully. Boss, can you let someone else do it? Look at you now. You are already a 1-star battle emperor, and Fat Lord is still a 5-star battle saint. If this continues, Fat Lord will have no value at all." Fatso complained again and again. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Is there anyone who knows the situation of the spiritual state better than you?" "Yes. Brother Wolf, Lu Hong, Pangolin. They are all the first to follow you. They know everything that I know," Fatso said. "Okay. There is still a long way to go. There is plenty of time for cultivation. I'm letting you go now because I trust your brain," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso smiled and said, "So, Boss also thinks that Fat Lord is smarter than Brother Wolf and the others?" Qin Feiyang nodded. He had never denied this point. Although Fatty could be a little annoying at times, he was never careless when it came to serious matters. He was definitely a person worth entrusting. Fatso smiled proudly and said, "Since Boss said so, then Fat Lord will go." Qin Feiyang took out the spacetime gate and handed it to Wang Yangfeng, and said, "When you go to the spiritual state, you have to listen to Fatso. Also, keep a low profile." Wang Yangfeng and the others nodded. "Go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "Wait." Wang Ishan hurriedly said, "The Imperial Palace is full of danger. Should we leave a few people to protect you?" "It's okay. Lei Bao is here. Besides, there are seahorses and seals in the ancient tower, as well as those 9-star monarch beasts. They can all help me." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay then." Wang Ishan nodded. There was no shortage of powerhouses around the young master now. Boom. Wang Yangfeng waved his hand, and his battle aura surged, opening the spacetime gate. Then, the group walked in without looking back. After the spacetime gate disappeared, a white-clothed young man in the temple disciple uniform suddenly appeared in the main hall. It was Lu Xingchen. "You finally came out." Qin Feiyang looked up at Lu Xingchen as if he already knew that Lu Xingchen was hiding here. He didn't look surprised at all. Lu Xingchen glanced around and sat next to Qin Feiyang. He shook his head and said, "Your return this time is really surprising." "Surprising?" Qin Feiyang froze and asked, "How so? Can you stop playing dumb? You're a smart person. How can you not know what I'm talking about?" Lu Xingchen frowned. "I really don't know," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen shook his head helplessly and said, "Okay then, I'll get straight to the point. What do you have on the National Master in the Sea of Reincarnation?" "Something on him?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "The National Master is astute and astute. What can I have on him?" Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't answer directly, Lu Xingchen couldn't help but become angry. He originally thought that the National Master would stop Qin Feiyang from returning this time. But he didn't expect that not only did the National Master not stop him, He even helped Qin Feiyang. He wouldn't believe that there was nothing fishy about it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, I do have something on him, and it's a fatal one for the National Master. What is it? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up and he asked anxiously. Guess. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You. Lu Xingchen suddenly got up and glared at Qin Feiyang. Was there a limit to keeping him in suspense? Qin Feiyang said, Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to the temple. The temple? Lu Xingchen was stunned and asked, Why are you going to the temple? Can I revisit an old place? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. With your current strength, which place in the imperial capital can't you go? Lu Xingchen said sourly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He opened a portal and strode in. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed slightly and he followed in. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, the National Master brought Yang Wei to Bright Sky Palace. Yang Wei walked to the gate and shouted, Qin Feiyang, the National Master has arrived. Please come out quickly to receive him. But after waiting for a long time, Qin Feiyang didn't appear, and no one responded to him. What's going on? Chapter 1296. He's really arrogant. The Imperial Preceptor secretly snorted and said, Let's wait a little longer. It's not good to anger him now. There was no other way. Zhuge Shenfeng and Zhuge Mingyang were successively controlled by Qin Feiyang. He, the powerful Imperial Preceptor in the eyes of others, could only swallow his anger. Yes. Yang Wei responded respectfully. Ever since he clamored with Qin Feiyang in the First City District, the Imperial Preceptor began to take special care of him. There was even a tendency to nurture him as a trusted aide. After waiting for a while, seeing that Qin Feiyang still hadn't come out, the Imperial Preceptor finally lost his patience and said angrily, You're going too far? Go in and take a look. Yang Wei nodded and strode in. Soon. He hurriedly ran out again and looked at the Imperial Preceptor. He's not inside. Not inside. The Imperial Preceptor was stunned. Had he waited for half a day in vain? A burst of anger rose uncontrollably in his heart. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, I can't sit and wait for death like this. Yang Wei's heart trembled, and he asked, Sir, what do you mean? The Imperial Preceptor said, Doesn't Qin Feiyang have a few good friends in the temple? Especially that woman called Ren Wushuang. Go and capture her. That's not good. His Majesty personally ordered that no one is allowed to harm anyone related to him within these 10 years. Yang Wei said. Of course I know, but so what? As long as His Majesty doesn't know that we did it, isn't it fine? The Imperial Preceptor said. I understand. I'll do it right away. I guarantee that no one will know. Yang Wei smiled sinisterly, opened the portal and left. The Imperial Preceptor looked at the Bright Heaven Palace, sneered, and turned to leave. At the same time, the Emperor's edict also spread in the imperial capital. Without a doubt, all the major cities were boiling. They didn't expect that the Emperor would pardon Qin Feiyang. Good, good. Treasure Pavilion. Sun Dahai, who received the news, was overjoyed. Although Zhenbao Pavilion was also loyal to the Emperor, as a businessman, he was most concerned about profits. Now that Qin Feiyang was pardoned, it meant that in the future, his precious treasure pavilion would no longer have to worry about not having potential pills. Furthermore, he could no longer be secretive about auctioning the potential pill. Some were happy, while others were sad. For example, those who once had a grudge with Qin Feiyang had a worried look on their faces. For example, Marquis Qianwu. Back then, Qin Feiyang had killed his son, Feng Yun, and even caused a ruckus in the Marquis's estate. So he'd always harbored hatred towards Qin Feiyang. When he heard that Qin Feiyang had returned, he had wanted to meet the Emperor to seek justice for him and avenge Feng Yun. However, he didn't expect that. Before he could enter the imperial palace, the Emperor's decree of pardon came down. This was tantamount to shattering his hopes. There was also Lin Dian's father, who was also a marquis. Back then, Lin Dian followed the 13th prince and plotted against Qin Feiyang at the Black Dragon Lake. In the end, he was killed by Qin Feiyang. Therefore, Lin Dian's father also bore a grudge against Qin Feiyang. But when he heard the decree of pardon, he knew that it was impossible to avenge Lin Dian. Forget about the fact that there was no hope of revenge. What made them even more worried now was that based on their previous grudges, Qin Feiyang might take the initiative to find trouble with them. If Qin Feiyang had come back alone, with the foundation and strength of a martial marquis, there would be nothing to worry about. But the key point was, this time, Qin Feiyang had brought back more than a dozen 9-star combat emperors. Such a lineup was beyond their reach. So, now they were all very nervous. Temple. Look, isn't that Qin Feiyang? Didn't he go to the Imperial Palace? I heard that he destroyed the throne room again. What? Destroying the throne room once again? He's too bold. Isn't His Majesty going to do something about it? Do something about it? Tell me, what does His Majesty have to do about it? Could it be that he wants to gather the experts of the Imperial Palace and fight with him? That's not realistic. This will only hurt both sides. It won't benefit anyone. That's true. But now, why did he come to the temple? The person beside him seems to be Lu Xingchen, right? The relationship between the two is indeed not ordinary. The disciples of the temple ran out one after another and discussed animatedly. Qin Feiyang saw all of this, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He silently walked in the air above the shrine, looking at everything that was familiar to him. The past involuntarily surfaced in his mind, as if it had just happened yesterday. After you left, there weren't many changes here, but seeing that you're back, those martial marquis disciples should be very nervous now. Lu Xingchen laughed. I'm not interested in them. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Then why did you return to the temple? Lu Xingchen frowned. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, I just wanted to come back for a walk and meet some old friends. Old friends? Lu Xingchen was slightly taken aback and whispered, speaking of this, I think of a few people. Who? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Xingchen said, didn't I tell you last time that Ling Yu, Feng Ranran, Luo Dan, and Zhao Yu disappeared inexplicably? And now, Tan Wu and Dong Xingyang are also missing. Qin Feiyang was shocked and stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Lu Xingchen and frowned. When did this happen? Just after you picked up Ren Wushuang and Old Master Ren. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, you know that Ren Wushuang and Old Master Ren were picked up by me? Shun Mai told me. Lu Xingchen said. This silly woman. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly and took a step forward. As he walked, he lowered his head and pondered. Tan Wu's disappearance, without thinking, was definitely related to Uncle Yuan. But Dong Zhengyang's disappearance made him somewhat puzzled. At that time in the Sea of Reincarnation, Dong Zhengyang accompanied Ren Wushuang to visit him. He also sincerely urged Dong Zhengyang to stay, but Dong Zhengyang did not stay. At that time, he thought that Dong Zhengyang did not want to stay by his side because of the complicated relationship between them. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Wait a minute. It couldn't be related to Uncle Yuan, right? He remembered that Tan Wu said in the Magic Dragon mountain range that Uncle Yuan had been helping him cultivate a force. Could this Dong Zhengyang also be the target of Uncle Yuan's training? But it shouldn't be. Uncle Yuan should be clear about the grudge between Dong Zhengyang and him. Moreover, if Dong Zhengyang really followed Uncle Yuan, then why didn't Dong Zhengyang directly tell him? It was not like that. Dong Zhengyang's disappearance had nothing to do with Uncle Yuan. Very soon, Qin Feiyang rejected the previous idea. Because Dong Zhengyang knew about his relationship with Uncle Yuan. And with Dong Zhengyang's character and arrogance, he would rather die than submit to Uncle Yuan. It seems that this person is also full of secrets. Qin Feiyang muttered, exhaled a long breath, and asked, then what about Feng Wuxie, Xuening, and Xueruo, that pair of sisters? They're also gone. Lu Xingchen said. Interesting. The people who entered the imperial capital together with me, except for you and me, are all gone now. Do you think this is a coincidence? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Who knows? Lu Xingchen shrugged. That's right, who knows? But in this case, I don't have any old friends here. There's no need to go any further, let's go back. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile, opened the portal, and was about to walk in. Lu Xingchen said, "Why are you going back so early? I'll take you to a place, I guarantee it will interest you." "What place?" Qin Feiyang asked curiously. "The War God Temple," Lu Xingchen said. "Not interested." Qin Feiyang was disinterested when he heard it. Lu Xingchen said with a smile, "What about the billboard list? Are you interested?" "Billboard list?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "You were born in the imperial capital, so you should know about the billboard list of the War God Temple. Only the top 10 of the War God Temple are qualified to be on the billboard list. As for Zhuge Mingyang, he's only ranked 9th on the Wind Cloud ranking." Lu Xingchen said. "What?" Qin Feiyang turned to Lu Xingchen and said in surprise, "With Zhuge Mingyang's strength, he's only ranked 9th? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Is there a need for me to joke with you? Since the establishment of the Great Qin Empire, how many monstrous geniuses have been born? Most of them are in the War God Temple now. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for some people looking down on the billboard list, Zhuge Mingyang wouldn't even be qualified to be on the billboard list." Lu Xingchen said. "In that case, the War God Temple is a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Qin Feiyang muttered. "That's right." Lu Xingchen nodded and asked, "So, are you interested now?" "A little," Qin Feiyang said. "Just a little?" Lu Xingchen muttered. Buzz. At this time, Qin Feiyang suddenly felt that the image crystal was moving. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he turned to Lu Xingchen and said, "I have something to do, I'll leave first." Swish. Without waiting for Lu Xingchen to react, Qin Feiyang went to the ancient castle and took out the image crystal. Yang Wei's shadow immediately appeared. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang asked. Yang Wei said in a deep voice, "The Imperial Preceptor asked me to catch Ren Wushuang and the others." Qin Feiyang sneered, "This old thing really doesn't stop at all, but I'm afraid he'll be disappointed. Ren Wushuang is by my side now. I know. But this is my best chance to get close to him. Think about it, if I really bring Ren Wushuang to him, what will he do? He will definitely put me in an important position." Yang Wei said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked at Yang Wei and said, "However, I can't let Ren Wushuang take the risk. Then won't I have to return empty-handed?" Yang Wei frowned. "No. I thought of someone," Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flashing. "Who?" Yang Wei asked. "Shen Mai," Qin Feiyang said. "Huh? Isn't she Ren Wushuang's friend? Will Ren Wushuang blame you for doing this?" Yang Wei frowned. "I'm doing this for Shen Mai's sake. Because I want to test whether Lu Xingchen really likes Shen Mai. If he does, he will definitely try to rescue Shen Mai. And with his ability, it's easy for him to rescue Shen Mai. Besides, don't we have you? When the time comes, we can cooperate from the inside and outside. Shen Mai's life will not be in danger." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Yang Wei suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll go find her right away." Okay. Chapter 1297. With the help of Dan Wangcai, Wang Xiajie had already embarked on the path of cultivation. In a short period of time, he had already broken through to become a 6-star martial artist. It could be seen that his talent was extraordinary. Of course, the biggest credit was still the elixirs. The body-tempering elixirs that Dan Wangcai refined basically had 4 or 5 patterns. The effect was naturally incomparable to ordinary body-tempering elixirs. At this very moment, Wang Xiajie was sitting on the ground, reading a manual attentively. This manual recorded Dan Wangcai's understanding and experience in alchemy. One had to know. Dan Wangcai was the #1 alchemist in Qinghai. Even in the entire Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire, he was a demon-level existence. It was not an exaggeration to say that in terms of alchemy attainments, Qin Feiyang was not necessarily much better than him. This was because Dan Wangcai was an alchemy maniac. He could be without extraordinary abilities or huge power, but he could not be without elixirs. Therefore, Dan Wangcai's understanding and experience was simply a huge treasure to Wang Xiajie. He would benefit from it for the rest of his life. It could be said that, Wang Xiaojie's current cultivation conditions were countless times better than Qin Feiyang's in the past. His starting point was higher than his peers. Feiyang. Suddenly, Yang Nanshan, Luo Chenxue and Liu Ji woke up from their cultivation. They got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. Uncle Yang, Auntie Xue, Auntie. Qin Feiyang bowed to them one by one. These three were the elders that he respected the most. Especially Luo Chenxue and Liu Ji. Besides respecting them, he felt guilty and blamed himself in his heart. Liu Ji stepped forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand. She smiled and said, Feiyang, there's something that I want to discuss with you. Auntie, please go ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Look, we're already at this age. We feel that there's no point in cultivating. We might as well enjoy life. Therefore, we've decided to go to your ancient pagoda and spend the rest of our lives with old Master Ren and the villagers. Liu Ji smiled and said, Yeah. Right now, it's the world of you young people. Us old fellows can't interfere at all. Instead of making you worry and dragging you down, it's better to go to the castle and enjoy the rest of my life. Yang Nanshan and Luo Chenxue also nodded and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Thank you, Aunt Xue. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them gratefully and bowed deeply. The three of them had made this decision out of consideration for him. Because in this way, he wouldn't have any worries and could boldly wander the outside world. Silly child, we should be the ones thanking you. If it weren't for you taking care of us all these years, I'm afraid we would have already turned into a pile of yellow soil. How could we still have the peaceful life we have now? The three shook their heads and laughed. Qin Feiyang said, Although you are not my parents, I still regard you as my parents, so this is what I should do. The three of them smiled at each other. Yang Nanshan smiled and said, We are already very satisfied that you have such intentions. All right, send us to the ancient pagoda. To be honest, we are very curious about that place. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and personally led the three of them to the ancient pagoda. It's so big. Looking at the endless mountains and rivers, the three of them were immediately dumbfounded. A space divine item actually had such a large space. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, When I first saw it, I was also very surprised. You're here. At this moment, Lu Hong flew up and greeted Qin Feiyang with a smile. Then she looked at Yang Nanshan and the other two and bowed. Uncle Yang, Aunt Xue, Aunt Liu Ji. Yang Nanshan smiled and said, Little girl, you're getting more and more beautiful. Lu Hong blushed. Yang Nanshan shook his head and smiled. It must be very tiring to build the herb field. Later, we will all stay to help you. This, Lu Hong was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, The three of you will stay here to enjoy the rest of your life. What elderly? Do you know how to talk? Are we very old? Luo Chenxue pretended to be angry. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand. Not old, not old. With your looks and energy, even those 17 or 18-year-old young people can't compare. Nonsense. The three of them rolled their eyes, but their faces were full of smiles. Yang Nanshan waved his hand and said, Okay, go do your work. We will help to take care of the herb field. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Lu Hong. Where are you going to build the herb field? Just outside the village. I'm mainly thinking about the people in the village. It will be more convenient for them when they need herbs. Lu Hong said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out the tree of creation and the divine infant tree. He said, I originally planned to plant the tree of creation in the village, but since you built the herb field outside the village, then I will plant it in the herb field. As long as the tree of creation was not sealed, the energy it emitted was enough to radiate tens of thousands of miles away. Moreover, as the tree of creation continued to grow, the area it radiated would also increase. Therefore, even if it was not planted in the village, the people in the village could also enjoy the benefits of the tree of creation. He was also looking forward to how many geniuses would be born here in the future. Okay. Lu Hong took the tree of creation and the divine infant tree. Right, there's also this. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an ice sculpture appeared. It was Zhuge Shenfeng. Why did you bring him here? Even if Zhuge Shenfeng was in a self-sealing state, Lu Hong could not help but feel nervous. Qin Feiyang said, the space in the ancient castle is too small. It takes up space. Then where are we going to put him now? In the village? Of course not. There are so many children in the village. What if we accidentally wake him up? Lu Hong was worried. Definitely not in the village. Qin Feiyang shook his head and pondered for a while. He said, later, take him to the forbidden area of the cemetery. There is a black panther guarding it. The children in the village can't get close. Okay. Lu Hong nodded. Okay then, you guys go ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled and left the ancient tower, appearing in the sky above the temple. He has appeared again. Although he used to be a disciple of the temple, he is no longer one. But he still dares to do whatever he wants in the temple. This guy's courage is really not something ordinary people can compare to. Don't worry, he won't be proud for long. Because Zhuge Mingyang will not let this go. Although Zhuge Mingyang is not his opponent, don't forget that there are many people in the War God Temple who have a close relationship with Zhuge Mingyang. The disciples below whispered, their eyes full of sneers. Where is Lu Xingchen? At the same time, Qin Feiyang scanned the void suspiciously. Why was Lu Xingchen missing? He couldn't have received the news that Shun Mai had been kidnapped so quickly, right? Just as he was about to open the portal and leave, Lu Xingchen appeared out of thin air and frowned. What are you busy with? I've been waiting for you for so long. Qin Feiyang said calmly, I want to ask you the same thing. Where did you go just now? Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed slightly, and he smiled faintly. I had something to do, so I went back to the alchemy room. I see. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's go, we haven't drunk together in a long time. Let's go to the fragrant moon pavilion and have a few drinks. Lu Xingchen was stunned and asked, aren't we going to the War God Temple? Why are we going to the War God Temple? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Lu Xingchen frowned and said, there are so many experts in the War God Temple. Aren't you interested at all? It's their business if they are strong. As long as they don't provoke me, why should I care about them? Wait. Why do I feel that something is wrong? From the beginning, you've been urging me to go to the War God Temple. Tell me honestly, are you plotting something again? Qin Feiyang looked coldly at Lu Xingchen. Am I? Lu Xingchen asked calmly. Stop pretending. How many years have we known each other? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? Lu Xingchen joked. The War God Temple is filled with experts and can be considered the cornerstone of the great Qin Empire. If I'm not wrong, you're urging me to go to the War God Temple because you want me to find out how deep the War God Temple's waters are. There's a good saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in 100 battles. Knowing the true foundation of the War God Temple, you'll be able to make sufficient preparations in advance when you want to destroy the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang said. Brother Qin, you're really smart. Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled. That's right, that's what I'm thinking. It would be best if you can kill some monsters while you're at it. Qin Feiyang said, so tell me, why should I do something that harms others without benefiting myself? How can this be called harming others without benefiting yourself? You and the Emperor will meet on the battlefield sooner or later. At that time, these people will be your biggest obstacles. So, if you can get rid of some of them now, it will definitely be beneficial for you in the future. Lu Xingchen said. That seems to make sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, shall we go now? Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and asked with a smile. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If it makes sense, then why not? The smile on Lu Xingchen's face froze as he asked in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and asked, who said that I have to go if it makes sense? Lu Xingchen's face twitched fiercely. This bastard, why doesn't he play by the rules? There's still a long way to go. We'll talk about the War God Temple later. It's rare that I'm in the mood today. Let's go and have a few drinks. Qin Feiyang opened the portal and dragged Lu Xingchen toward it. Okay, I can walk by myself. I really have to hand it to you. I don't know what you're thinking. Lu Xingchen looked at him helplessly and entered the portal. Qin Feiyang, I'll wait for you at the War God Temple. Come and fight with me quickly. But at this moment, a loud voice rolled out from the depths of the temple like thunder. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look into the depths of the temple. Lu Xingchen smiled and immediately exited the portal. Standing beside Qin Feiyang, he looked into the depths of the temple and said with a smile, "It seems that someone doesn't want you to leave. Is that so?" Chapter 1298. The people from the War God Temple are so fast. I wonder who it is that is challenging Qin Feiyang. Do you think Qin Feiyang will accept the challenge? Is there a need to ask? With his arrogant personality, he will definitely accept the challenge. The disciples below were in an uproar. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the schadenfreude in his eyes was undisguised. Although Qin Feiyang had brought many experts with him, Qin Feiyang's cultivation was only a one-star combat emperor. In the War God Temple, a one-star combat emperor was nothing. Even if he defeated Zhuge Mingyang, there were countless people who were stronger than Zhuge Mingyang in the War God Temple. Lu Xingchen smiled and said, "Brother Qin, this person is so arrogant. How can we tolerate it?" Then, do you know who the person who's shouting is? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Xingchen pondered and said, judging from his voice, it seems to be Zhuge Jinghong, ranked 10th on the Fengyun list. Zhuge Jinghong? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen said, "You might not be familiar with this Zhuge Jinghong, but if we are talking about Zhuge Nanhua, then you definitely know him." Zhuge Nanhua? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Of course, he knew this Zhuge Nanhua. Not only was he the confidant of the imperial master, he was also Zhuge Mingyang's great-grandfather. Now, he was guarding the pagoda on behalf of Old Man Qin, guarding the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "What is the relationship between Zhuge Jinghong and Zhuge Nanhua?" Zhuge Jinghong is Zhuge Nanhua's adopted son. It is said that his background is very miserable, but he is very talented. Under Zhuge Nanhua's nurturing, he is now an 8-star combat emperor. Lu Xingchen said. 8-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he frowned and said, since he is an 8-star combat emperor, he must be stronger than Zhuge Mingyang. However, why is he ranked behind Zhuge Mingyang? Do you still need to ask? Of course it's to take care of Zhuge Mingyang. After all, he is the genius of the Zhuge family. Lu Xingchen said. Will the others agree to Zhuge Mingyang dominating the billboard? Qin Feiyang frowned. You still don't know, right? Half of the people on the billboard are from the Zhuge clan. Zhuge Xingfeng, who is ranked number 1, has even reached the 9-star combat emperor realm. It is said that he is the number 1 person in the War God Temple. Say, with Zhuge Xingfeng here, who would dare to touch Zhuge Mingyang? Lu Xingchen sneered. Zhuge Xingfeng, Qin Feiyang murmured. He did not expect the Zhuge family to be so powerful. What do you think? Are you interested now? Lu Xingchen asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, being interested is one thing, going or not is another. Come drink with me first. Drink? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Zhuge Xingfeng had openly issued a challenge, yet he did not accept it. Has this guy changed his personality? Qin Feiyang, don't be a coward. I will wait for you at the fighting arena. Zhuge Jinghong's voice boomed once again, filled with an insufferably arrogant tone. Brother Qin, he has already said so. Can you still bear it? Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and said, even if I can't bear it, I have to. After all, you said that he is an 8-star combat emperor. How can I, a mere 1-star combat emperor, be his opponent? Brother Qin, it's meaningless to pretend like this. Lu Xingchen frowned and said. How am I pretending? This is the truth. Bear with it for a while and the wind will be calm. Take a step back and the sky will be clear. Let's go drink. Qin Feiyang opened another teleportation door and forcefully dragged Lu Xingchen in. Actually, his thoughts were very simple. Lu Xingchen wanted him to go, so he would not go. As for Zhuge Jinghong's clamor, he did not take it to heart at all. If you want to shout, then shout. Who has the ability to ignore you? This was actually a change in his state of mind. If it was in the past, in the face of such aggressive clamor, he would definitely not let it go. But now, he already had an indifferent attitude. Because in his eyes, his current opponents were the imperial tutor, the emperor, Mu Tianyang, the chief pagoda master, these supreme rulers. To put it in an arrogant way. Now, only these people could enter his eyes and make him treat them seriously. He left just like that. What the hell is this? I thought he was very powerful, but it turns out that he is just a weakling. It seems that we have all overestimated him. If not for those 9-star combat emperors helping him, what is he? When the disciples below saw Qin Feiyang open the teleportation door and leave, they could not help but mock him. War God Shrine. In the sky above a battle arena, a black-clothed youth stood proudly. His hands were behind his back, his long hair draped over his shoulders as he looked disdainfully at the sky. His two thick eyebrows were like sharp swords, emitting a shocking sharpness. That's right. This person was Zhuge Jinghong. The battle arena below was also filled with a sea of people. They were also disciples of the War God Shrine, and the lowest cultivation was a battle sage. There were even a bunch of combat emperors. Do you guys think that Qin Feiyang will come? Don't worry, this person is arrogant. Facing senior brother Jinghong's challenge, he will definitely come. When he comes, there will be a good show to watch. Everyone was discussing, their eyes filled with playfulness and anticipation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light streaked across the sky and landed in front of Zhuge Jinghong. It was a short black-clothed man. Looking at Zhuge Jinghong, his face was full of respect. Xie Changjin, is Qin Feiyang here? Someone below immediately asked loudly. Zhuge Jinghong also retracted his gaze and looked at the short man. Xie Changjin glanced at the people below, looked at Zhuge Jinghong, and shook his head. He didn't come. He didn't come? Everyone was shocked. This was really out of his expectations. Why didn't he come? Is he looking down on me? Zhuge Jinghong's face darkened as he asked. He is just a 1-star combat emperor. How dare he look down on you, senior brother Jinghong? Xie Changjin smiled disdainfully and said, he knows that he is not your opponent, so he doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Haha, he knows his own limits. Zhuge Jinghong smiled proudly and asked, then where is he now? Xie Changjin said, he went to the fragrant moon brothel with Lu Xingchen. I think they went to drink. What a good-for-nothing. Zhuge Jinghong sneered, and the disdain on his face became even stronger. He said, does he think that he can escape this calamity by going to the fragrant moon brothel? Get me a brush and ink. Xie Changjin hurriedly took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and placed them in the air. Zhuge Jinghong waved his hand, and the brush landed in his hand. Then, he quickly wrote, and 2 bold words appeared on the paper. Trash. TSK, TSK, TSK. Senior brother Jinghong is really domineering. He directly sent the 2 words Qin Feiyang. When he sees these 2 words, his expression will definitely be very interesting. The people below all laughed loudly. Zhuge Jinghong's face was also full of ridicule. He looked at Xie Changjin and said, immediately send this to Qin Feiyang. You must send it into his hands. Also, tell him that if he is not convinced, he can challenge me. I, Zhuge Jinghong, will always respect him. Understood. Xie Changjin smiled, folded the paper, and opened the portal and left. At the same time, in front of a courtyard, Yang Wei appeared out of thin air while holding a girl. The girl was Shen Mai. After all these years, she had become more mature and charming. However, she was currently unconscious. Lord, I have returned. Yang Wei looked at the pavilion in the courtyard and said respectfully, come in. The imperial tutor's voice came from inside. Yang Wei pushed open the door and entered. He walked to the front of the pavilion and pushed open the door. He saw the imperial tutor sitting alone beside the tea table in the hall. Yang Wei walked in with Shun Mai in his arms. Well done. The imperial tutor smiled. Then, he looked at Shun Mai and frowned. He asked suspiciously, who is she? Didn't I ask you to capture Ren Wushuang? Why is she an unrelated person? I am incompetent. I couldn't find Ren Wuxuang. Yang Wei's gaze trembled. He quickly put down Shen Mai and said in fear, "Why couldn't you find her?" The imperial tutor raised his eyebrows. "According to my investigation, Ren Wuxuang went missing a few days ago. Her grandfather also went missing. This subordinate is thinking that it might be because Milord kidnapped Qin Feiyang's mother last time, causing Qin Feiyang to become alert and take them away." Yang Wei said calmly, "That damn little bastard. He is really difficult to deal with." The imperial tutor snorted and looked at Shen Mai. "Then who is she?" Yang Wei said, "Her name is Shen Mai. According to my investigation, she has a good relationship with Qin Feiyang. Most importantly, she and Ren Wuxuang are like sisters." Like sisters? Since they are so close, why didn't Qin Feiyang take her away with Ren Wuxuang? The imperial tutor frowned. This should be her personal reason. "I don't know," Yang Wei said. The imperial tutor looked at Shen Mai and pondered for a while. "Well, it's better than nothing. Go find Qin Feiyang immediately and tell him that this woman is in our hands. See his reaction. If he has a big reaction, it means that he really cares about this woman." "Okay." Yang Wei nodded and immediately opened the portal and walked in. First District. Fragrant Moon Brothel. "Young Master Qin, you just came back and you came to our Fragrant Moon Brothel to play. We are really flattered. Come in, please." Seeing Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen enter the hall, two waiters hurried to greet them with flattering smiles. "Qin Feiyang. Why did he come to the Fragrant Moon Brothel again? I just received news that he went to the Divine Palace." Hearing the voices of the two waiters, the guests in the hall all put down their bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses in their hands and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the door, glanced at the crowd, and said with a smile, "I hope I didn't ruin everyone's mood." "No, no. It's our honor to be able to eat and drink in the same place as young Master Qin, don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone nodded and flattered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the two waiters and said, "Arrange a quiet place for me, and bring me 2 pots of the best wine in your store. I want to properly entertain this good brother of mine." Good brother. Everyone's heart trembled. Looking at Lu Xingchen next to Qin Feiyang, their pupils contracted slightly. They didn't expect Lu Xingchen and Qin Feiyang to be so close. Some people even had envy in their eyes. Chapter 1299. A quiet place can only be the private rooms upstairs. I will arrange one for the 2 young masters. A waiter smiled. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no. We'll just sit in the hall. It's a little quiet." The 2 waiters looked at each other. Although the cost of the private room was higher than that of the hall, was Qin Feiyang a person short of money? Obviously not. Then why did he have to sit in the hall? But the 2 didn't dare to ask. Glancing around the hall, they found an empty table in the left corner. "Let's sit there. It's in the corner. It's relatively quiet. What do you think, young Master Qin?" The 2 waiters looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then, please." One of the waiters led Qin Feiyang to the table and said with a smile, "I'll bring the food and wine to you right away. Please wait a moment." "Okay." Qin Feiyang said. The waiter smiled, turned around, and ran away. "Let's continue. Don't be so reserved." Qin Feiyang looked at the people in the hall and said with a smile. Then he sat down on a chair, pointed to the chair opposite him, and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, please sit down." Lu Xingchen glanced at Qin Feiyang, walked to the opposite of Qin Feiyang, and sat down, glancing at the people around. Although those people were minding their own business and eating and drinking, they would glance at him from time to time. That kind of strange look made him very uncomfortable. Phew. He took a deep breath, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and said with a rather gloomy face, "Is this the purpose of you bringing me to Fragrant Moon House?" "Purpose?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and puzzled. "What do you mean? I just asked you to accompany me to drink. What purpose can I have?" "Pretend. Keep pretending." Lu Xingchen snorted coldly. "Why should I pretend?" Qin Feiyang became more and more puzzled. Lu Xingchen said angrily. Then let me ask you, why did you say that I'm your good brother in front of everyone? Are we not on good terms? Qin Feiyang asked. Do you think we're close enough to call each other brothers? Lu Xingchen was getting angrier and angrier. It's not that good, but what's wrong with me saying that? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Nonsense. Of course not. What's your situation now? The imperial advisor, the emperor, and the Zhuge family are all trying to deal with you. But they can't do anything to you because you have someone protecting you. What about them? You can only start with those who are close to you. And now, you're publicly declaring that I'm your good brother. Aren't you clearly trying to drag me down with you? Lu Xingchen was furious. This guy was really insidious and cunning. If he was not careful, he would be tricked to death by him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a smile. He shook his head and said, Your imagination is too rich. In fact, it's not as complicated as you think. I just want to treat you to a few drinks. Don't talk nonsense. You think I don't know who Qin Feiyang is? You're not having a good time now, and you don't want me to have a good time either. Lu Xingchen snorted coldly. Young masters, the dishes are here. At this time, the waiter ran over with a few dishes, 2 pots of wine, and 2 wine glasses. After putting them on the table, he hurriedly ran away. Qin Feiyang chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and filled the 2 wine glasses. Then, he put down the wine pot, grabbed a wine glass, and handed it to Lu Xingchen. He said with a smile, Don't be like this. Even if the imperial advisor wants to deal with you, with your ability, what are you afraid of? So you admit it? Lu Xingchen sneered. If you insist on thinking like this, then wouldn't it be the same if I didn't admit it? Qin Feiyang said. Phew. Lu Xingchen let out a long breath, took the wine glass, and said, This time you're better, I admit defeat. Look at what you're saying, it's as if I've taken advantage of you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled helplessly. He picked up the wine glass on the table and said, How about this? If you really can't let it go, then I'll solemnly apologize to you and punish myself with 3 cups. After that, he raised his head and drank it all. Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes. He held the wine glass to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He was about to drink it. But at this moment, a cold shout sounded at the entrance. Where is Qin Feiyang? He saw a short man in black standing at the entrance, arrogantly scanning the hall. It was Xie Changjin. Lu Xingchen frowned. He put down the wine glass and turned his head. When he saw Xie Changjin, his eyes immediately became playful. Qin Feiyang and the other guests in the hall also looked at Xie Changjin with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Young master, what brings you here? A waiter ran in front of Xie Changjin and asked. Xie Changjin said proudly, I'm Xie Changjin, a disciple of the War God Temple. I'm here to find Qin Feiyang. Where is he? A disciple of the War God Temple. The waiter's pupils shrank. His expression immediately became respectful. He pointed at the corner where Qin Feiyang was and said, Young Master Qin is there. Xie Changjin looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Then he strode towards Qin Feiyang. Why is a disciple of the War God Temple looking for Qin Feiyang? Everyone muttered in their hearts. As for Qin Feiyang, when he heard that this person was from the War God Temple, he immediately looked away. He poured himself a glass of wine and leisurely savored it. This person was only a 1-star combat emperor. He was not worthy of his attention. Xie Changjin walked in front of Qin Feiyang. When he saw Qin Feiyang's calm and leisurely appearance, the disdain on his face became even stronger. Is he really so calm that he doesn't dare to accept the challenge? He took out the folded paper from his bosom and slapped it on the table. He sneered, This is a big gift from senior brother Zhuge Jinghong. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just a lackey who ran away. Lu Xingchen also laughed. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not even look at Xie Changjin properly. That disdainful attitude and those sarcastic words made Xie Changjin furious. He shouted, You better watch your words. Qin Feiyang still ignored him. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said with a smile, Brother Lu, whose kitten and puppy did not tie up properly and came to disturb us while we were drinking? Didn't he say that he came to deliver the gift on behalf of Zhuge Jinghong? Then he must be from the Zhuge family, Lu Xingchen said with a smile. I see. Birds of a feather flock together, Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile. The faces of the guests and waiters in the hall turned red. These two are really good. They don't even use vulgarities when cursing. However, Xie Changjin was about to explode in anger. He slapped away the wine glasses in Qin Feiyang's hands and shouted, I dare you to say that again. Qin Feiyang's and Lu Xingchen's faces immediately darkened. They turned to look at Xie Changjin. Their cold eyes made Xie Changjin's body tremble. An indescribable fear emerged in his heart. However, when he thought of Zhuge Jinghong behind him, he became more confident. What? Do you dare to touch me? Let me tell you, I came to deliver the gift on behalf of Senior Zhuge Jinghong. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, Senior Zhuge Jinghong will not let you off. I think that with Senior Zhuge Jinghong's status in the War God Shrine, I should tell you. His ranking on the War God Shrine's Wind God ranking list is, Xie Changjin was full of himself. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and grabbed his neck. He said with a smile, I really don't know what gave you the courage to bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. The two of them released their battle chi and directly cut off Xie Changjin's arms. The piercing pain made Xie Changjin howl in pain. Blood spurted out from his shoulder like a fountain. Since you want to be a dog, then you should have the awareness of being a dog. Don't provoke someone you can't afford to provoke. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again. A wisp of battle chi entered Xie Changjin's lower abdomen, shattering his sea of chi, cutting off his arms and destroying his sea of chi. This person is indeed cruel. We can't afford to provoke him. The pupils of the people in the hall shrunk. They were terrified. Lu Xingchen looked at Xie Changjin and laughed. Look, giving a gift is a good thing, but you forced Brother Qin to make a move. Are you satisfied now? Xie Changjin was scared out of his wits. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and released his 5 fingers. With a bang, Xie Changjin fell to the ground. His face was distorted from the pain. His blood also flowed to the ground. It was a shocking sight. Qin Feiyang returned to his seat, grabbed the piece of paper, and opened it. His eyes immediately flashed with killing intent. What's written on the paper? Everyone couldn't help but stand up and look around curiously. I saw it. The word trash is written on it. This Zhuge Jinghong actually gave him those 2 words. He's obviously looking for trouble. Everyone's heart trembled. This was forcing Qin Feiyang to make a move. Lu Xingchen looked at the 2 words on the paper and laughed. Brother Qin, you can't take it anymore, right? Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed loudly, and his expression was filled with a wisp of viciousness. Crack. He clenched his big hand and the paper immediately turned into ashes. Then, he looked down at Xie Changjin and laughed. Go back and tell Zhuge Jinghong to stop playing such childish tricks. This will only make him look more childish and stupid. Yes. I'll definitely pass on the message. Xie Changjin nodded repeatedly. Then get lost, Qin Feiyang said. Xie Changjin hurriedly got up and ran outside. However, when he turned around, his eyes were filled with hatred. Is there something wrong with your ears? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Xie Changjin's body trembled. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Aren't I going to leave immediately? Lu Xingchen laughed. Looks like you didn't understand Brother Qin's meaning. He told you to get lost, not walk. Get lost. Xie Changjin was stunned. After all, he was a disciple of the Temple of War. If he was told to get lost in front of everyone, how could he face others in the future? I've changed my mind. Don't you like being a dog? Now, crawl out. While crawling, you have to bark like a dog. Chapter 1300. Crawl out. Everyone's mouth twitched. Wasn't this making things difficult for Xie Changjin? How could he crawl when both his arms were chopped off? Xie Changjin's face turned green when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. Although he wasn't as talented as Zhuge Jinghong, he was still a genius to be able to become a disciple of the War God Temple. He had pride. He had dignity. He had to crawl out in front of everyone and bark like a dog. How could he survive in the War God Temple in the future? Moreover, this matter would definitely spread out. At that time, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of everyone's leisure conversations? This was simply forcing him to a dead end. He gloomily stared at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "It's best to leave some leeway as a person and not go overboard." "Are you threatening me?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Xie Changjin with a murderous look in his eyes. Xie Changjin's eyes trembled. He knew that he couldn't escape today. He clenched his teeth and knelt on the ground. He didn't have hands, so he used his knees to slowly crawl out. Woof! He lowered his head and barked like a dog. He didn't dare to look at everyone because it was embarrassing enough. "Qin Feiyang, I swear that I won't let you go." Although his head was lowered, he could clearly feel that everyone was looking at him with mocking eyes. This made him go crazy. His heart was filled with humiliation. He swore in his heart that he wouldn't let this matter go. At this moment, outside the door, a middle-aged man in black stood quietly and looked at Xie Changjin expressionlessly. However, if one looked closely, they would find that there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. This person was Yang Wei. He came to find Qin Feiyang under the orders of the imperial tutor, but he didn't expect to see such a good show. In his heart, he was also sincerely happy for Qin Feiyang. During this trip to the Reincarnation Ocean, not only did Qin Feiyang's strength increase, but he also subdued a large number of strong cultivators. Now that there were no false gods, who could compete with Qin Feiyang? I didn't choose the wrong person. In the future, this child will definitely become a supreme existence that will make even the imperial preceptor tremble. Yang Wei mumbled. At this moment, Xie Changjin finally arrived at the door. He stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang, then ran outside. Yang Wei lifted his leg and tripped Xie Changjin. With a bang, Xie Changjin staggered and fell flat on his face. 2 of his front teeth were broken. Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen also looked at each other. "My apologies. I didn't notice." "Are you okay?" Yang Wei's eyes flashed with ridicule. He hurriedly helped Xie Zhongjin up and apologized. "Are you fucking looking for death?" Xie Zhongjin was furious, but when he saw Yang Wei's face, his expression changed. At that time in the first district, Yang Wei was following beside the state preceptor, and many people saw it. Xie Changjin also knew. After all, Yang Wei had challenged Qin Feiyang in front of countless people. He was now considered a celebrity in the city. As such, seeing that it was Yang Wei, Xie Changjin could only swallow his anger. "What did you say just now?" "I'm looking for death. Do you know who I am?" However, Yang Wei did not want to let Xie Changjin off. He sneered. No, this is a misunderstanding." Xie Changjin hurriedly shook his head. "Misunderstanding? I'm a law enforcer of the Law Enforcement Hall, but I was insulted by a disciple in public. If this were to spread, wouldn't I become a joke?" Yang Wei yelled angrily. "You're a law enforcer?" Xie Changjin's expression changed. Yang Wei directly took out the law enforcer token. "This disciple has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me." Xie Changjin shivered and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. The law enforcers in the Divine Hall were like the god of death. The disciples basically stayed away from them. Sigh. Looking at this scene, the people in the hall could not help but sigh in their hearts. He had just been severely humiliated by Qin Feiyang and now bumped into the muzzle of a law enforcer. One had to admit that this guy was really unlucky. "You'd better be careful next time." Yang Wei snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, "Get lost." Yes. Xie Changjin hurriedly got up. "I'm asking you to get lost." Yang Wei yelled and raised his hand to slap Xie Changjin's face. "Ah!" With a scream, Xie Changjin immediately flew out and smashed into the street below. I'll get lost immediately." However, he did not dare to complain at all. He hurriedly curled up into a ball and rolled on the street like a rubber ball. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Why is he rolling on the ground? Those who did not know what was going on could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Yang Wei smiled disdainfully. He tidied his clothes and turned to enter the fragrant moon house. "Welcome, my lord." A few waiters went up to greet him respectfully. Yang Wei said coldly, "I'm looking for Qin Feiyang. You can go back to your work." He's looking for Qin Feiyang again? When everyone heard this, they could not help but turn to look at Qin Feiyang. This guy was really a jinx. As soon as he came back, he caused a storm in the city. It was difficult to calm down. Law enforcer, Lu Xingchen looked at Yang Wei and his eyes flashed slightly. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said telepathically, "Why is he looking for you?" He did not know that this law enforcer was Yang Wei. It's definitely not something good. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Yang Wei strode to the table and glanced at Lu Xingchen. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Is it convenient for you to talk?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "If you have anything to say, just say it. After you're done, get lost. Don't hinder us from drinking." Everyone was stunned. He dared to be so arrogant in front of a law enforcer. As expected of Qin Feiyang, Yang Wei's eyes surged with a cold light. He did not hide it. "Say it. Do you want to crawl out like Xia Changjin?" Qin Feiyang said impatiently. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." Yang Wei smiled coldly, leaned in front of Qin Feiyang, and whispered, "Do you know Shen Mai? She's in our hands now." He did not transmit his voice. But his voice was very soft. Only Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen could hear it. "What?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Lu Xingchen clenched his fists. "If you want to save her, you should know what to do." Yang Wei chuckled, got up, and left. Qin Feiyang said, "Go back and tell the state preceptor that if he dares to hurt her, I will make him regret it for the rest of his life. You'd better pray for yourself." Yang Wei said with a smile without turning his head. "This guy is too good at acting." Qin Feiyang laughed and transmitted his voice. "If the state preceptor really wants to take you as his confidant, he should use the blood soul technique to control you. But you don't have to worry, I have a way to remove the blood soul technique. Now I will help you remove the slave seal." Then, with a thought, the slave seal in Yang Wei's soul directly dissipated. When he first met Yang Wei in the Black Dragon Glacier, Qin Feiyang used the slave seal to control him. And with the slave seal, the state preceptor's blood soul technique could not succeed. So, he had to remove the slave seal first. As for whether Yang Wei would betray him after the slave seal was removed, he was not worried at all. Because after all these years of getting along, Yang Wei was already dead set on him. "Then I'll go first." Yang Wei transmitted his voice. "Well, be careful. By the way, the blood soul technique can only control the power of the bloodline, it can't peek into one's thoughts. You don't have to worry too much." Qin Feiyang secretly warned. "Okay." Yang Wei secretly replied. After Yang Wei left the fragrant moon brothel, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Lu Xingchen and transmitted his voice. "You guessed right, that old thing has begun to make a move on the people around me. I don't care so much. This matter started because of you. You have to save Shen Mai, or I will not let you off." Lu Xingchen secretly said. "It's not like you don't know the state preceptor. He is a cunning old fox. He will definitely hide Shen Mai immediately. How do you want me to save her?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen's face was as dark as water. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, "To be honest, this matter is actually your fault." "Me?" Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. "At first, I was worried that the state preceptor would make a move on them, so I wanted to take them away. But Shen Mai was willing to stay in the Divine Hall for you. I thought you would take good care of her, but I didn't expect that she would be taken away by the state preceptor." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen's fingers clenched tighter and tighter, making a cracking sound. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm afraid I can't help in this matter, because I can't give the state preceptor what he wants. Only you can do it, and with the help of Mu Qing's all-seeing eye, I believe it won't be difficult for you to save Shen Mai." "What does the state preceptor want?" Lu Xingchen asked, his eyes flashing. "I can't tell you now. But I can tell you with certainty that if the state preceptor gets this thing, you and I will be finished. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. So serious? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded and added, to be exact, it's more serious than I said. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. After pondering for a while, he got up and said, I'm not in the mood to sit with you. Goodbye. After that, he opened the portal and walked in without looking back. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen's back, and a smile flashed in his eyes. As soon as he returned to Imperial City, Lu Xingchen began to use the Temple of War to set up a trap for him. Frankly speaking, he really had a headache. But now, in order to save Shen Mai, Lu Xingchen wouldn't have time to harass him for the next period of time. He could also deal with business. That's right. He let Yang Wei kidnap Shen Mai to test whether Lu Xingchen was sincere or not, but that was only secondary. Most importantly, he wanted to use Shen Mai to stall Lu Xingchen for another matter entirely. And this time, he had to get to the bottom of it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he shouted, Waiter, the bill. In a courtyard. The state preceptor sat by the tea table and looked at Yang Wei with a smile. Well done. Yang Wei bowed and said, It's this subordinate's honor to serve you, sir. The state preceptor sized up Yang Wei for a moment and said, I have always seen your loyalty. From now on, you will follow me. Really? Yang Wei was wild with joy. Yes. The state preceptor nodded and said, However, you also know my character. I don't trust anyone easily. This subordinate understands. As long as I can follow you, I will do whatever you want me to do. Yang Wei lowered his head and said, Very good. The state preceptor smiled happily. His hands formed a seal, and a blood-red mark appeared. Chapter 1301. This is the Blood Soul spell. It can control your bloodline power. Once controlled by the Blood Soul spell, you will be my servant for life. The Grand Preceptor said. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang was right. Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat as he bowed and said, This subordinate is willing to be controlled by the Blood Soul spell. Very good. The Grand Preceptor laughed and waved his hand. The mark turned into a stream of light and entered Yang Wei's body. After the Blood Soul spell was completed, Yang Wei cupped his hands and said, My lord, what's the next step? Wait. Since Qin Feiyang cares so much about Shen Mai, he will definitely come to me personally. The Grand Preceptor sneered. What if he doesn't come? After all, Qin Feiyang can't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Yang Wei said. You have a point. The Grand Preceptor nodded. After thinking for a moment, he sighed, It seems that I don't have enough chips in my hands. Go to the spiritual state again. Why do I go to the spiritual state? Yang Wei was surprised. When Qin Feiyang was stranded in the spiritual state, he must have made some good friends. Go and check. If there are any, bring them to the capital. The Grand Preceptor said. This subordinate understands. But there's a problem. Elder Qin is now in charge of the Butterfly Valley. Will this subordinate arouse his suspicion if I go to the spiritual state? Yang Wei said worriedly. Isn't that simple? The 9 states are connected. You can go to the other 8 states first before entering the spiritual state. How about this? Go to the pagoda and find Zhuge Nanhua. He will make the arrangements. The Grand Preceptor said and gave the coordinates of the pagoda to Yang Wei. Yes. Yang Wei responded respectfully and opened the portal to leave. Somewhere in the void of the hall, there was a spatial divine item hidden. Mu Qing stood beside Lu Xingchen and frowned. My lord, is Shen Mai really that important to you? Is that something you should ask? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing quickly lowered her head and didn't dare to make a sound. Lu Xingchen looked at the state preceptor on the screen and asked, Are you sure Shen Mai is here? My all-seeing eye won't make a mistake. It's definitely here. However, I can't predict the exact location. I think the Imperial Preceptor must have set up a divine power barrier around Shen Mai. Mu Qing said. This old bastard. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Suddenly, the Imperial Preceptor, who was drinking tea in silence, released his divine sense and instantly captured the divine spatial item hidden in the void. Lu Xingchen saw that the situation was not good and immediately drove the spatial divine item away. The state preceptor didn't pursue and murmured, "It seems like you really care about this woman." He thought it was Qin Feiyang. But he didn't know that it was Lu Xingchen. Pagoda. Zhuge Nanhua sat in front of the pagoda with his eyes closed. His aura was unfathomable. Yang Wei appeared out of thin air. He glanced at the pagoda and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Zhuge Nanhua. What are you doing here?" Zhuge Nanhua opened his eyes and looked at Yang Wei suspiciously. Obviously, he knew Yang Wei as well. Yang Wei said honestly, "The Imperial Preceptor is worried that he doesn't have enough chips in his hands, so he sent me to the spiritual state to look for Qin Feiyang's friend." Zhuge Nanhua nodded in realization and smiled. "It seems like the Patriarch trusts you a lot since he gave you such an important mission." Yang Wei smiled. "Follow me." Zhuge Nanhua stood up and opened the pagoda door. He led Yang Wei to the teleportation altar that led to Yuzhou. "Elder Qin is guarding the spiritual state. That old bastard isn't easy to deal with, so it's best not to let him find out. Go to Yuzhou first, then to spiritual state. When you return, come back from Yuzhou." Zhuge Nanhua said. "Understood." Yang Wei nodded and activated the teleportation altar. Soon, they arrived in the sky above a valley in Yuzhou. In the valley, a white-haired old man was guarding it. "Who is it?" Seeing Yang Wei appear, the white-haired old man immediately shouted. Yang Wei said, "I'm an enforcer of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Imperial Capital." "Enforcer." The white-haired old man's expression changed. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, sir. May I know why you have come to Yuzhou?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Yang Wei glanced at him coldly. Then, he turned into a stream of light and flew away without looking back. When he was far away from the valley, a person suddenly appeared in the void. It was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Yang Wei, wait." Yang Wei was slightly stunned. He stopped in the void and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. A hint of surprise appeared on his face as he asked, "Why are you here?" "I followed you here." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Followed me?" Yang Wei frowned and said angrily, "I've followed you for so many years, and you still don't believe me. What are you talking about?" "I have something to do and need to go to the Forgotten Continent. So, I've been hiding in the pagoda looking for an opportunity. I didn't expect to meet you, so I followed you here." Qin Feiyang said. "Go to the Forgotten Continent?" Yang Wei was stunned and asked, "So, you're not following me? Why would I follow you?" Qin Feiyang asked. Yang Wei scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I thought that you were doubting my loyalty to you after removing the slave seal." Qin Feiyang was speechless when he heard this. Yang Wei smiled and asked suspiciously, "Don't you have the gate of space and time? Why did you go to the pagoda?" "The gate of space and time is in the hands of Fatso," Qin Feiyang said. Yang Wei said, "Then why are you going to the Forgotten Continent now?" "To find the Mu clan's nest and understand the Mu clan's true strength," Qin Feiyang said. This was his purpose. "Understood. You're preparing for a rainy day. However, we couldn't find the Mu clan's nest after investigating for so long. This time, you might not be able to find it," Yang Wei said. "Don't worry, I'm confident this time." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's good. Oh right, you heard my conversation with Zhuge Nanhua just now. What do you think I should do?" Yang Wei asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Now that you've gained the trust of the Imperial Tutor, it doesn't matter what you do." "It doesn't matter what I do," Yang Wei murmured and suddenly smiled and nodded, "Understood, then I'll go." "Wait. Don't let Lu Xingchen save Shun Mai too easily. Because once he saves Shun Mai, he'll immediately think of me. I don't want him and Mu Qing to go to the Forgotten Continent to mess things up," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Yang Wei nodded. "Then go." Qin Feiyang smiled and said. "The Mu clan has more than one false god, you have to be careful." Yang Wei exhorted before turning around and leaving. After watching Yang Wei leave, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and directly descended on the Butterfly Valley. "I was wondering why I kept sneezing today, so it's because we have a distinguished guest." A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the Butterfly Valley. Qin Feiyang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Old Man Qin sitting alone by the lake, fishing with a fishing rod. It seems that Old Man Qin is living a good life after coming to the spiritual state. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed beside Old Man Qin with a smile. Isn't this all thanks to you? But to be honest, this old man really likes this kind of carefree life. Old Man Qin chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, now that the great Qin Empire is facing internal and external troubles, I'm afraid it's impossible for Old Man Qin to live a carefree life. Old Man Qin looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, so, you've investigated everything? Yes. There's conclusive evidence that the national advisor is trying to usurp the throne. Mu Tianyang has also revealed his fangs. However, our current emperor not only doesn't realize it, but also thinks about his own desires all day long. To be honest, I'm really worried about the fate of the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang sighed. Old Man Qin asked with a smile, then why don't you tell him? Will it work? Besides, will he believe me? Qin Feiyang said. Sigh. Old Man Qin sighed and said, it's not just you, even I don't dare to be honest with His Majesty. His Majesty is becoming more and more incomprehensible. Then, Old Man Qin smiled and said, but fortunately, there's still you. I believe that with your ability, you can definitely solve these problems. You're overestimating me. Let me say something that shouldn't be said. Most people at my age are still drinking and having fun. Why do I have to bear such a heavy responsibility? Qin Feiyang looked at the calm lake and said, this is the fate of people. Some people are born mediocre, some people are born rich, and you're born with the responsibility of the world. Perhaps this is unfair to you, but have you ever thought about what is fair in this world? It can be said that there is no fairness in this world. Old Man Qin sighed. Fate, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked up at the sky, and shook his head, I don't believe in fate, I only believe that man can conquer the heavens. Old Man Qin smiled and said, with your words, I believe that you can bear this heavy responsibility. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Old Man Qin asked, why did you come to the spiritual state this time? To the forgotten continent. Qin Feiyang said. Just as he was about to explain, Old Man Qin waved his hand and said, from now on, I won't care about what you do, because I believe that you won't do anything to harm the great Qin Empire. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. The meaning of Old Man Qin's words was obvious. He supported him unconditionally. By the way, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and said, Old Man Qin, can I ask you a question? What? Old Man Qin said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, what is the opportunity to become an immortal? Now, although he didn't lack powerhouses by his side, he didn't have a single false god. And now, only with a few false gods by his side would he have the capital to compete with the imperial advisor, the emperor, and the chief tower master. The opportunity to become an immortal? Old Man Qin was slightly stunned. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and frowned. You are only a one-star combat emperor, isn't it too early to ask about this? I don't dare to boast. But I am confident that it won't be long before I can break through to the 9-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang said. Old Man Qin smiled helplessly. This was called not boasting. Even if he opened the door of potential, it was impossible to step into the 9-star combat emperor in a few years or decades. Because in the combat emperor realm, there was a huge gap between each small realm. Chapter 1302. But what Old Man Qin didn't know was that time had no concept for Qin Feiyang. Because the rules of time in the castle had changed. 10 days had passed inside, but only 1 day had passed outside. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't tell anyone else about the changes in the castle. Just tell me. Qin Feiyang smiled and said with a pleading tone. You little brat. Old Man Qin shook his head helplessly and said, I can tell you, but I hope you don't bite off more than you can chew. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and quickly nodded. Old Man Qin said, the opportunity to become a god is only 12 words. 12 words. Qin Feiyang was immediately stunned and asked, is it that simple? Of course not. Only by comprehending the true meaning of these 12 words and doing it can you get the opportunity to become a god. Old Man Qin said. Then what are these 12 words? Qin Feiyang asked. Don't forget your original intention, don't forget your original heart, only then can you achieve results. Old Man Qin said word by word, sonorous and powerful. Boom. Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue, his head rumbling. Old Man Qin's words were exactly the same as what Uncle Yuan said last time. In other words, when Uncle Yuan appeared last time, he had already told him the opportunity to become a god, but he didn't comprehend it. In other words, Uncle Yuan's appearance last time might be to tell him the opportunity to become a god. What do these 12 words mean? Qin Feiyang asked. You need to comprehend it yourself, others won't help you at all. Old Man Qin said. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Old Man Qin. Go ahead, do what you want to do. Old Man Qin waved his hand and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned around and soared into the sky. While thinking, he flew toward the teleportation altar. Didn't forget his original intention mean that he shouldn't forget why he first stepped on the path of cultivation? And didn't forget his original heart mean that he shouldn't forget his true thoughts in the depths of his heart? According to the literal meaning, it should be so. But was it really that simple? If it was really that simple, then why were there so few people in this world who had successfully stepped into the war god realm? Very soon, he entered the secret room and arrived in front of the teleportation altar. It seems that with my current cultivation, I still can't understand the true meaning of this sentence. However, we can tell Wang Yangfeng and the others first. Qin Feiyang muttered as he took out the image crystal. Wang. A short while later, Fatso's phantom appeared. Fatso looked at the secret room behind Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Boss, where are you? Butterfly Valley. Are Elder Wang and the others around? Qin Feiyang asked. They split up and went to Pan County and Yang County to gather information. I'm about to sneak into the inner palace to take a look. What are you doing in Butterfly Valley? Fatso asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, I'm going to the Forgotten Continent. Before I go, I have 2 things to tell you. Forgotten Continent. Fatso was taken aback and said, Go ahead. First, when Wang Yangfeng and the others come back, you tell them this sentence. Don't forget your original intention, don't forget your original heart, only then can you achieve success. These 12 words, Elder Qin told me just now, are the opportunity to become a war god. Second, after finding out the whereabouts of Lin Yi and the mermaid princess, you all return to the Bright Sky Palace immediately. If anyone asks, just say that I'm in seclusion and won't see anyone. Qin Feiyang said. The opportunity to become a war god. Fatso's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. When Uncle Yuan said this sentence, he was also present. At that time, he even pondered the meaning of this sentence. But he didn't expect it to be the opportunity to become a war god. Remember, especially Lu Xingchen, you must not let him know that I went to the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang said. No problem. Fatso nodded, but then frowned and thought, Lu Xingchen is easy to deal with, but Mu Qing has omniscient eye. How can it be hidden? If there is nothing important, will he use omniscient eye to spy on my whereabouts for no reason? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. That's true. Fatso nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, there is a problem that Fat Lord has never been able to figure out. What's the problem? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Back then, your mother said that the former emperor branded the word prisoner on the foreheads of the state preceptor and Zhuge Shenfeng. And this word prisoner can never be erased. But why didn't I see the word prisoner on the state preceptor's forehead? Is it a makeover? But your mother seems to have said that even a makeover won't work. Fatso said. I have also thought about this problem. I think he should be wearing a human skin mask. Qin Feiyang said. Human skin mask. Fatso's eyes suddenly became playful. He chuckled and said, Say, if one day we tear off the mask on his face in front of everyone, how surprised will people be? Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement and said, Don't forget what I told you just now. Don't worry, Fat Lord will hold them back. But after you go to the Forgotten Continent, don't forget another thing. Heavenly Spiral Tribe, Chu Xian, Fatso said, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Heavenly Spiral Tribe, Qin Feiyang murmured. The people of this tribe hated them to the bone, especially Chu Xian. Back then, the resentful look in her eyes was as if she wanted to pull out their tendons and pull out their bones. If they kept them alive, sooner or later they would become a disaster, so it was necessary to get rid of them as soon as possible. I will find her. After saying that, Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, opened the teleportation altar, and strode up. Forgotten Continent. Glacier Forest. This place was still the same as before. The cold wind was bone-piercing, and the snow was white. Swish. Above the ice lake. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. Glancing around, he was about to leave. But suddenly, he faintly felt a wisp of dragon's aura under the ice lake. What's going on? Isn't this where the snow python stays? Qin Feiyang had a suspicious look on his face as he silently entered the ice lake. Get out. But at this time, a cold shout with a bone-piercing murderous intent suddenly exploded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly turned around and ran out of the ice lake. Because the owner of this voice was the snow python, Senior, Junior did not mean to disturb, please forgive me. Looking at the ice lake, Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said a few words. He then flew away without looking back. What a joke. This snow python was a true god of war. Even the state preceptor could not resist it, let alone him. So, it was better to stay away from her. But what was with that dragon's aura? Could it be that a baby dragon was born under the ice lake? Dragon, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The dragon's aura at the bottom of the ice lake reminded him of the little white dragon in the main tower. He did not know where the little white dragon was hiding. Looks like I have to talk to Li Yang. Because only Li Yang could find the little white dragon. This is the Forgotten Continent. But suddenly, a voice full of curiosity entered Qin Feiyang's ears. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stopped in the air and turned his head to look. His body suddenly stiffened. He saw a young man with dark skin and bare upper body standing above the ice lake, curiously looking around. Who else could it be but Lu Zheng? Little cousin, long time no see, did you miss me? Lu Zheng also looked at Qin Feiyang and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Whoosh. Lu Zheng cut across the sky and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. He said unhappily, "You are too mean. We are brothers who have been through thick and thin. Why didn't you call me when you came to the Forgotten Continent?" Wait. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and frowned. Aren't you in the imperial capital? Yes. I am in the imperial capital. Lu Zheng nodded. Then why are you here? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. From the imperial capital to the spiritual state, one had to pass through the pagoda. And the pagoda was guarded by Zhuge Nanhua. How did Lu Zheng come? Also, why didn't Elder Qin stop him? Lu Zheng touched his chin and laughed. About this question, I can only say that I am too handsome. Zhuge Nanhua and Elder Qin are charmed by me. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and his veins bulged. He really wanted to slap him. What do you want to do? Don't forget, I am your cousin. The eldest brother is the father. If you dare to touch me, you will be struck by lightning. Lu Zheng crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at him warily like a frightened little girl. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and was speechless. He really didn't want to stay with this outrageous cousin. But he was helpless. This outrageous cousin was clearly going to pester him to the end. Actually, Lu Zheng's face suddenly became serious. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Actually what?" "It was Elder Qin who helped me," Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. In the past, he didn't know about the state preceptor's conspiracy, so Elder Qin didn't like our Lu family very much. But now, he has already sided with us. Speaking of which, this is still to your credit. Lu Zheng said with a smile. I see. Qin Feiyang murmured. Lu Zheng asked, by the way, where is Aunt? Mother, she's missing again. Qin Feiyang sighed. What the hell? Lu Zheng's face froze, and he said, she's not in your castle? Qin Feiyang shook his head. What are you doing? It wasn't easy to save Aunt. How can you abandon her? Lu Zheng said angrily. Who said that I abandoned Mother? Let me tell you, no one in this world cares about Mother more than I do. Qin Feiyang shouted. Lu Zheng also realized that he had said something wrong. With a trace of apology on his face, he asked, Then what's going on? Qin Feiyang briefly told him about the situation when his mother left. Alas! Aunt, why did you do this? After hearing this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He grabbed Lu Zheng's clothes and said anxiously, From what you said, do you know where Mother went? How would I know? Lu Zheng rolled his eyes at him and sighed, I'm just lamenting that Aunt's life has been too difficult. She should stop and have a good rest. A trace of disappointment crept into Qin Feiyang's eyes. He let go of Lu Zheng's clothes and nodded. Yes, if Mother could stay by my side with peace of mind, I wouldn't have so many worries. Only with worries can there be pressure. Only with pressure can there be motivation. Work hard, young man. Chapter 1303. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Lu Zheng. He was not young anymore. Was it appropriate to call him a young man? You can only stay in the Forgotten Continent for half a month. If you do not report to me after half a month, I will personally come to find you. But at that time, you will have to pay a heavy price. Suddenly, the snow python's cold voice came from the ice lake. What? Qin Feiyang's face changed, and he hurriedly said, Senior, it was not like this before. You also did not brazenly bring people here before. The snow python said. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He hurriedly pointed at Lu Zheng and shouted, I don't know him at all. He jumped out by himself. What? You don't know me? Your words make me very angry. Lu Zheng glared at him. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and looked at the ice lake, saying, Senior, I really don't know him. You can do whatever you want. Even if you kill him, I have no objections. Bastard. You will be punished by the heavens sooner or later, Lu Zheng angrily roared. TSK. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng with disdain, and then looked at the ice lake, saying, Senior, half a month is too short. Can you give me a few more days? However, no matter what he said, the snow python did not respond to him. It's all your fault. Qin Feiyang glared at Lu Zheng angrily. It's none of my business. Lu Zheng coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. He had to speed up. Wait for me. Lu Zheng hurriedly caught up and asked in a low voice, Who was the woman who spoke just now? You seem to be very scared. Nonsense. Even the state preceptor could not fight back in front of her. Do you think I'm not scared? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. What? Then wouldn't she be? Lu Zheng was dumbfounded and full of shock. As long as you understand. Qin Feiyang said. TSK, TSK, TSK. There are even real war gods. This forgotten continent is truly an interesting place. Lu Zheng was speechless. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Interesting. Qin Feiyang snorted inwardly. Although it was interesting, it was also a place where people could lose their lives. Where to now? Lu Zheng asked. Let's leave this glacier first. Qin Feiyang said. Whoosh. The two of them streaked across the sky like lightning and soon flew out of the glacier forest, arriving in the sky above a desolate tribe. Lu Zheng scanned the tribe and asked suspiciously, Why is there no one here? Dead. Qin Feiyang said. The tribes in the first and second regions had all been massacred by the mysterious madam. It would be strange if there were people. He waved his hand, and a group of ferocious beasts appeared. There were at least 80 or 90 of them. They were all 9-star emperor beasts, including the seahorse and the seal. Qin Feiyang said, I want to find a tribe. Seahorse and seal, take a pair each and split up to look. What tribe? Is it easy to find? The seahorse and the seal asked. Yes. Because there is only one tribe in the first region. In short, as long as you find someone, he must be from that tribe. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Brothers, let's go. The seahorse and the seal nodded. Then, with a shout, the 89 nine-star emperor beasts left in a mighty manner. Cousin, why is there only one tribe in the first region? Lu Zheng asked suspiciously. Let's talk as we walk. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng had just come to the Forgotten Continent, so he would definitely ask endless questions along the way. Therefore, for the sake of peace, it was better to tell him everything about the Forgotten Continent at once. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 4 hours later, Qin Feiyang brought Lu Zheng to the sky above the ruins of Skythunder City. The entire city had long been reduced to ashes. Now, it was overgrown with weeds and shrubs, looking extremely desolate. However, the Pill Tower was still standing on the ground, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This Pill Tower is not simple. When Lu Zheng saw the Pill Tower, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Zheng flew over and carefully observed for a moment, saying, "According to my speculation, this Pill Tower has a history of at least 10,000 years. But if you look carefully, there is not even a trace of weathering on the surface. If it is just an ordinary stone tower, how can it be?" "You are right. This Pill Tower is indeed not simple. Back then, when we were fighting here, the entire city was razed to the ground. Only this Pill Tower is intact," Qin Feiyang said. "Could it be a divine artifact?" Lu Zheng was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said, "If it is a divine artifact, even if it has not recovered, it should still have divine power." "But do you feel divine power?" "No." Lu Zheng shook his head and walked around the Pill Tower. Then, he stood in front of the door and asked, "Do you want to go in and take a look?" The door was wide open. The inside was full of dust and the walls were covered with cobwebs. "Whatever," Qin Feiyang said. When Lu Zheng heard this, he immediately rushed into the Pill Tower. In addition to the mess, there were many skeletons inside. Lu Zheng asked, "Were the owners of these skeletons killed by you back then?" "I'm not sure." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The mysterious woman massacred the first area after he left, so the owners of these skeletons should have died in the hands of the mysterious woman. But it had been too long, so he could not remember clearly. "Help! Who can save me?" The two of them had just reached the second floor when a cry for help suddenly sounded upstairs. "Someone is here!" The two of them were stunned. Whoosh! The next moment, the two of them used their fastest speed and rushed to the third floor like lightning. Immediately, they saw a 13 or 14-year-old boy curled up in the corner of an alchemy room. In front of him, there was a group of black spiders. Each of them was the size of a fist and looked quite ferocious as they hissed. Lu Zheng asked secretly, "He can't be from the Heavenly Spiral tribe, right?" "Most likely," Qin Feiyang mumbled. The boy also noticed Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. As if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, he immediately shouted, "Big brothers, please save me." Qin Feiyang stepped forward and stomped on the ground. The spiders on the ground were all killed instantly. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The boy was dumbfounded. These ferocious creatures that almost killed him were killed by a single stomp. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the blood mist dissipated. Then, he looked at the boy and asked, "What's your name?" The boy stammered. It seemed that he was frightened by Qin Feiyang's methods. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned around and said, "Come out with me first." The boy stood up and followed Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng timidly. They walked up the stairs and went to the first floor. However, when they reached the second floor, the boy suddenly raised his head. His eyes that were originally filled with fear were filled with a shocking murderous glint. Following that, he took out a dagger from his Chenkuan bag and stabbed towards Qin Feiyang's back. The boy only had the cultivation of a martial master, while Qin Feiyang was a war emperor. The difference was like heaven and earth. How could the boy succeed? Qin Feiyang stopped and released a wisp of aura. The boy was sent flying and crashed into the stone stairs behind him. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground. The boy spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but he looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of hatred and madness. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the boy and said indifferently, "I saved you. Why aren't you grateful? Instead, you want to assassinate me? Because you deserve to die." The boy roared. Why do I deserve to die? Do I have a grudge against you? Qin Feiyang said. You devil, don't think of getting any useful information from me. The boy sneered. You have a good backbone, but unfortunately, you found the wrong person. If I'm not wrong, your surname should be Chu, and you're from the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. And since you're here, the Heavenly Spiral Tribe should be nearby, right? Qin Feiyang said. My surname is not Chu, and I don't know what the Heavenly Spiral Tribe is. The boy roared, but his expression was full of panic. He's so young, but he's already so vicious. It seems that this Chu Xian has instilled a lot of hatred into him. Lu Zheng sighed. That's normal. If it weren't for me, the Heavenly Spiral Tribe wouldn't have been expelled to the first district. Qin Feiyang said. So you still know. What did my Heavenly Spiral Tribe do wrong? What right do you have to do this? The boy went crazy when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. Qin Feiyang said, You only know that I was the one who expelled your Heavenly Spiral Tribe, but you don't know why I did it. It seems that Chu Xian deliberately hid this matter from you. The Patriarch didn't hide it from us. Isn't it because the Patriarch offended you back then, and you used your position for personal gain to take revenge on us? You're a damned devil. The boy roared hysterically. Patriarch. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Chu Xian actually became the Patriarch of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. But thinking about it, Chu Xian's father was already dead, and as a former disciple of the main tower, Chu Xian naturally had the ability to do so. Qin Feiyang glanced at the boy and said indifferently, Tell me, where is your tribe? You'll die a horrible death. Just you wait. The boy smiled ferociously and slammed his head into the stairs. Blood splattered 3 feet, and he died on the spot. Lu Zheng was dumbfounded and muttered, How much hatred do you have with the Heavenly Spiral Tribe that he would rather die than say it? Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang was even more determined to kill Chu Xian. On one hand, it was for his own sake. Although the Heavenly Spiral Tribe wasn't very strong, he always remembered one sentence, and that was not to underestimate anyone. As long as it was an enemy, he had to eliminate them completely. On the other hand, it was because Chu Xian was instilling this hatred in the people of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. For example, this boy was blinded by hatred and even his nature was distorted. Once such a person became powerful in the future, he would definitely lose his mind. You want to continue? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lu Zheng and asked. Lu Zheng looked up at the upper floors and said, Since we're already here, we have to go up and take a look. Go do your thing, don't worry about me. Chapter 1304. But looking around, there was nothing except for the vast mountains. It must be nearby. Qin Feiyang muttered. With the youth's cultivation, it was impossible for him to go far. Swoosh. He turned into a stream of light and searched within a radius of a few hundred miles around the Pill Pagoda. A few hundred breaths later, he found a huge canyon. The canyon covered an area of several miles and was lush with vegetation. In the canyon, wooden buildings were arranged in a picturesque manner, forming a huge tribe. I've finally found you. Qin Feiyang muttered. He stood on the peak of a mountain on one side of the canyon and scanned the area below. At the same time, in the canyon, in a square, a young woman in a purple dress stood on the high platform, her face as cold as ice. That's right. She was Chu Xian. Below the high platform, there were many youths standing in an orderly manner. The oldest of these youths was only 15 or 16 years old, while the youngest was only 6 or 7 years old. Chu Xian glanced at those youths and shouted, All of you must remember this. The reason why our Heavenly Spiral Tribe has fallen to such a state is all because of him. Chu Xian pointed to the opposite side of the square. There was a statue standing there. The statue's appearance was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's. Those youths turned their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang's statue with hatred in their eyes. It's him who chased us out of the central divine kingdom. It's also him who killed our old patriarch. But he's very strong. He can even destroy our Heavenly Spiral Tribe with one hand. However, our Heavenly Spiral Tribe never admits defeat and will never give up on returning to the central divine kingdom. So, I want all of you to remember him. I want all of you to work hard in your cultivation. Because only by becoming stronger can we take revenge on him. Understand? Chu Xian shouted. Understood. Those youths roared with murderous intent. Even those 5 or 6-year-old children were full of murderous intent. There were many adults around, their eyes filled with hatred. Hurry up and cultivate. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. After the youths left, a middle-aged woman walked up to the stage and said, Xian, I know you hate Qin Feiyang, and we all hate him, but you can't tell the children these things every day. It will make them lose their happiness. Happy? Do we still have the right to be happy now? Chu Xian snorted coldly. The woman was her birth mother, but there was no emotion in her eyes, only coldness. Alas! The woman sighed deeply, then silently turned and left. Chu Xian glanced at the woman's back and clenched her fists. She sneered, Qin Feiyang, I swear I'll make you pay. Do you have the ability? But before he could finish his sentence, a voice filled with mockery sounded. Who? Chu Xian looked up and saw a white figure descending from the sky. It's you. Immediately. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, but at the same time, there was also a trace of panic. Damn it. How did he find this place? The other people in the tribe also changed their expressions. Qin Feiyang landed on the square and looked at the statue opposite him. He shook his head and said, You're really unscrupulous in order to take revenge. What are you doing here? Get out of here right now, you're not welcome here. Chu Xian shouted. There are too many people who don't welcome me, and you're just the most insignificant person among them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the statue shattered. Chu Xian trembled and said angrily, You've already driven us out of the central divine kingdom, what else do you want? Qin Feiyang turned to look at her. His cold eyes made Chu Xian despair. She never thought that Qin Feiyang would find this place. And Qin Feiyang's purpose of coming here was very obvious. He wanted to eliminate the source of the problem. If you can turn over a new leaf and turn over a new leaf, I'll consider letting the Heavenly Spiral tribe go. But what you've done has disappointed me. It's not fair for you to impose your hatred on those children. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fair? Haha, if there's such a thing as fairness in this world, why would the Heavenly Spiral tribe end up like this? Chu Xian had gone crazy. Until today, you still haven't realized your mistake. You're really hopeless. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed at the air. A wisp of red sword chi appeared and swept toward Chu Xian's chest. Everyone, go. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to take him down with us. Chu Xian shouted as she retreated in panic. Whoosh. The woman who had left earlier returned and blocked in front of Chu Xian. The red sword chi directly pierced through her heart. A scream and blood splattered in the air. You demon, beast, we'll kill you. Looking at the woman who had fallen, the surrounding people's eyes suddenly turned red. They roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang without caring about anything else. Even those youths were grabbing all kinds of ice blades as they charged towards Qin Feiyang with extreme hostility. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Viper appeared. You know what to do, right? Of course. Viper licked his lips and his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang rose into the air and stood on the top of the mountain. He looked into the distance with a trace of inexplicable sadness in his eyes. There were many things in this world that made people helpless. Take the Heavenly Spiral tribe for example. If he didn't eliminate them today, these people would definitely try their best to take revenge on him in the future. As for right and wrong, they didn't care. Because they only remembered that it was he, Qin Feiyang, who drove the Heavenly Spiral tribe out of the Central Divine Kingdom. And this hatred was something they would never forget. And it would be passed down from generation to generation. Finally, this hatred would only grow deeper and deeper. Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. A moment later, accompanied by a vicious roar, Chu Xian finally ended this evil life. Viper also ended the battle. With a wave of his hand, the valley collapsed and the earth sank, covering everything. Whoosh. Viper landed beside Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, Young master, it's all done. Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't look back. He flew toward the Pill Pagoda with Viper. Lu Zheng studied in the Pill Pagoda for a long time but couldn't find anything, so he gave up. After the seahorse and seal brought the 9-star emperor beasts over, Qin Feiyang changed his appearance and opened a portal. He and Lu Zheng directly appeared in the Ice Crystal City in the 9th region. Outside the city, it was covered in snow and the cold wind was biting cold. Strange. Why is this place covered in snow and ice? Lu Zheng disguised himself as a thin young man wearing a large cotton-padded jacket. He walked on the main road and looked around suspiciously. I've thought about this question, but I can't figure it out. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had disguised himself as a burly man with bulging muscles all over his body. He was filled with a valiant aura. Moreover, both of them hid their cultivation and aura. Lu Zheng glanced at him and muttered, "It seems that if I have the chance, I really have to study this continent properly. It's too abnormal." Stop. The two of them walked up to the city gate and were stopped by the 4 guards in front of the city gate. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. One of the guards took out a Heaven's Eye stone and said, "Please accept the interrogation." Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. See for yourself. The guard pointed to the side of the city gate. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw a portrait hanging on the wall. Next to it were 3 big words, extremely eye-catching. When Lu Zheng saw the wanted poster, his face couldn't help but twitch. He secretly joked, "The Great Qin Empire is looking for you, and the Forgotten Continent is also looking for you. Why are you so unpopular?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Looking at the wanted poster, he frowned slightly. The reason why he changed his appearance was because he didn't want to be found out. Because there were several fake gods in the main tower. The Mu family's foundation was also unfathomable. Once his identity was exposed, the main tower and the Mu family would definitely come to settle the score with him. He thought that it would be easy to fool them, but he didn't expect that the main tower's wanted poster had already been issued to the 9 regions. This was not going to be easy to deal with. Most importantly, even the city gate was so heavily guarded. The teleportation altar to the Central Divine Kingdom would definitely be even more difficult to fool. Didn't you enter the main tower before? If you show your identity token in the main tower, won't they let you in immediately? Lu Zheng said with a smile. It's useless. My identity token is the direct disciple of the main tower master. It's different from the token of an ordinary disciple. Now, the main tower master doesn't have a single disciple. If I take it out, it will directly expose my identity. Qin Feiyang secretly said. In my opinion, you are a jinx. No matter where you go, you will always be in trouble. Lu Zheng looked at him helplessly. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi surged. The 4 guards screamed and died on the spot. Hearing the screams, the people inside and outside the city immediately looked over. When they saw the 4 guards lying on the snow, their faces immediately changed. Murder. Someone killed the city guards. Exclamations constantly sounded in the city. Hee. Since we can't fool them, we will directly kill our way in. This is in line with our character. Lu Zheng laughed cruelly. He turned into a stream of light and directly flew to the sky above the city gate. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He also flew into the sky and flew into the city. Stop. How dare you kill the guards of the city? Did you eat a leopard's guts? Along the way, there were guards constantly intercepting them, but they were all easily dealt with by Lu Zheng. After a while, the 2 of them arrived above the teleportation altar. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang expected, this place was even more heavily guarded than the city gate. More than 100 guards of the city lord's mansion surrounded the square. Each of them had the cultivation of a battle saint. Beside the teleportation altar, there were 4 old men sitting cross-legged. The 4 of them were wearing long robes. Their white hair was mottled, and their auras were unfathomable. They all wore a pure gold token on their waists. And on the token, there was a flame pattern. Although the faces of the 4 people were unfamiliar, Qin Feiyang was able to identify them with a single glance, because that token was the Master Tower's Oracle token. In other words, Chapter 1305. The 4 divine messengers were here. And their cultivation levels weren't bad. 2 3-star combat emperors and 2 4-star combat emperors. With such a lineup, even a fly wouldn't be able to get past them. Similarly, this lineup was more than enough to deal with Qin Feiyang in the past. However, the main pagoda underestimated Qin Feiyang's current strength. With his current foundation, no matter how many 5 or 6-star combat emperors there were, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Of course, the people from the main pagoda never dreamed that Qin Feiyang would be able to recruit so many powerful subordinates in such a short period of time. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in Ice Crystal City? The 4 divine messengers stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng with cold eyes. Qin Feiyang didn't answer as he sized up the 4 of them. What are you looking at? Hurry up and answer our questions. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. We aren't ordinary people. We are the divine messengers sent by the main pagoda. If you provoke us, even the heavenly king won't be able to save you. The 4 of them shouted. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "You finally said something right." What do you mean? The 4 of them raised their eyebrows. Even the heavenly king won't be able to save your lives today. Qin Feiyang grinned and took a facial restoration elixir. His appearance immediately changed. It's you, Qin Feiyang. The 4 of them turned pale with fright. They never thought that it would be him. Qin Feiyang. He actually dares to come back. Doesn't he know that the main pagoda is looking for him? Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Just as Qin Feiyang regained his original appearance, the seal appeared. Kill him. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. No problem. The seal laughed. The aura of a 9-star combat emperor erupted like a volcano and instantly shrouded the entire Ice Crystal City. Everyone was imprisoned at this moment. This is a 9-star emperor beast. Quickly report to the main pagoda master. The 4 divine messengers' expressions changed as they hurriedly activated the teleportation altar. But how could they make it in time to revive the teleportation altar? The seal's emperor's aura rolled out, and the 4 divine envoys were also restricted, unable to move. Immediately, the seal's emperor's aura pressed down on the 4 of them from all directions. Following a series of miserable cries, the 4 died one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving behind only 4 cosmos bags and 4 divine envoy medallions. He actually killed Kill. When the guards of the City Lord's mansion saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn pale. The position of the god envoys in the Forgotten Continent was equivalent to the Great Qin Empire's law enforcement palace, and each god envoys had the power to kill. Even the super tribes of the Central Divine Kingdom had to be respectful when they saw the divine envoys, let alone the 9 regions. T to kill to die. Everyone was scared out of their wits. But there was an old man in the crowd outside the square who was not imprisoned by the seal's aura. His body was stooped, his clothes were tattered, his hair was unkempt, his face was dirty, and he smelled like a beggar. But if one looked closely, they would find that there was a glimmer of light in his turbid eyes. He stood silently in the crowd, looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng landed beside the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Battle chi surged, and the teleportation altar was activated. Then, 2 people and 1 beast stepped onto the altar in a grand manner and disappeared from sight. Little guy, you're amazing. You actually dared to enter the Central Divine Kingdom so openly. It was Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. After the seal disappeared, the old man in ragged clothes with unkempt hair and a dirty face chuckled. Main pagoda, Pill Pagoda Square. The old man in black guarding the teleportation altar was staring at the teleportation altar. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang, Lu Zheng, and the seal appeared on the teleportation altar. When he saw Qin Feiyang, the old man in black suddenly stood up, and a strong murderous intent emerged in his eyes. He didn't say a word. He directly released his emperor's aura and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. You're courting death. A trace of disdain flashed in the seal's eyes, and it suddenly broke through the air. The next moment, it rushed in front of the old man in black, raised its claws, and slapped the old man's head. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the old man in black's head burst open on the spot, and blood spurted out wildly. What's going on? Many disciples came and went in the Pill Pagoda Square. Hearing the scream of the old man in black, they all turned their heads to look. Without exception, when they saw the old man in black fall, their faces changed color. When they saw Qin Fei Yang, a trace of bewilderment appeared on everyone's faces. His Qin Fei Yang? No, the chief pagoda master is now looking for him. How could he come back? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Everyone couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. It's Qin Fei Yang. Everyone, quickly report to the elders. Suddenly, someone roared. Qin Fei Yang glanced at them, then took Lu Zheng and the seal to the castle, and then steered the castle into the chief pagoda. What? Qin Fei Yang is back. He dares to come back at this time? Did he eat a leopard's guts? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. The news of Qin Fei Yang's return quickly spread in the chief pagoda and the divine city, causing an uproar. There was no suspense. Everyone who received this news was extremely shocked. The Oracle Hall. A oracle hurriedly ran to the front of a hall and shouted, "Hall Master, this subordinate has something to report." "What's the matter?" Gongsun Bei walked out of the hall and frowned. "Qin Fei Yang is back," the oracle said. "Qin Fei Yang?" Gongsun Bei was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Where is he now?" "I don't know. He disappeared as soon as he arrived at the Pill Pagoda Square. No one knows where he's hiding now," the oracle said. Gongsun Bei said angrily, "Isn't the teleportation altar guarded? How did he get in?" "I'm afraid you won't believe me even if I tell you, Hallmaster. The 4 oracles we sent and the elder at the Pill Pagoda Square all died at the hands of Qin Fei Yang," the oracle said. "How is that possible? When did he have such strength?" Gongsun Bei was surprised. This subordinate doesn't believe it either, but it's the truth. However, it said that the one who killed them wasn't Qin Fei Yang himself, but a 9-star Emperor Beast by Qin Fei Yang's side, the oracle said. 9-star Emperor Beast. Gongsun Bei murmured and said in a deep voice, "Immediately gather all the oracles and guard the teleportation altar at the Pill Pagoda Square. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter or leave." "Yes," the oracle replied with a bow. Gongsun Bei continued, "In addition, inform everyone that the news of Qin Fei Yang's return is to be kept a secret from junior brother and you. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will do it right away." The oracle nodded and turned around to leave. "Wait." Gongsun Bei suddenly thought of something. "Hallmaster, do you have any other instructions?" The oracle stopped and turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Gongsun Bei pondered for a while and said, "Don't let the oracles below the 9-star combat emperor realm go. After all, Qin Fei Yang has a 9-star Emperor Beast by his side. If a fight breaks out, it won't do us any good." "Understood." The oracle nodded and hurriedly left. "Qin Fei Yang, since you've already left, why did you come back? Don't you remember what I said to you back then? When we meet again, you and I are enemies. I won't show any mercy." Gongsun Bei looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he opened a teleportation gate and walked in without looking back. "Lord, this subordinate wishes to see you." In front of a courtyard, Gongsun Bei stood at the entrance, looking at the closed door of the pavilion and respectfully said, "Come in." The chief tower master's voice came from inside. Gongsun Bei pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked to the front of the pavilion. He gently pushed open the door of the pavilion, and the chief tower master immediately entered his sight. The chief tower master was sitting in front of the tea table in the hall. Not only was his face pale, but his eyes were also extremely gloomy. "Lord, you've already received the news?" Gongsun Bei glanced at the chief tower master and walked into the hall. He stood in front of the chief tower master and asked, "Yes." The chief tower master nodded and slammed his palm on the tea table. He said angrily, "Not only did he kill my chief tower's oracle and the enforcement elder, but he also brazenly entered the central divine kingdom. Is he provoking me? Lord, please calm down." Gongsun Bei's eyes trembled. The chief tower master looked up at Gongsun Bei and said in a deep voice, "This time, I don't care what method you use. You must capture him for me, understand?" This subordinate will do his best. However, this subordinate feels that the Oracle Palace's strength is not enough to capture him. Gongsun Bei said. What do you mean? I know that he came back this time with a 9-star monarch beast, but can a mere 9-star monarch beast stump the Oracle Palace? The Chief Tower Master said angrily. If there was only one 9-star monarch beast, this subordinate naturally wouldn't say such a thing. However, Lord, have you thought about it? With Qin Feiyang's intelligence, will he recklessly enter the Central Divine Kingdom with just one 9-star monarch beast? Gongsun Bei said. The Chief Tower Master frowned and said, You mean that he has more than one 9-star monarch beast? I don't know if he has more 9-star monarch beasts, but I know him. He never does things that he's not confident in. Therefore, this subordinate concluded that he must have other means. Gongsun Bei said. Then, what do you think we should do? The Chief Tower Master asked. Gongsun Bei said, Go to the land of inheritance and ask the 3 patriarchs to come out of seclusion. They are all false gods. It will be a piece of cake for them to deal with Qin Feiyang. The Chief Tower Master pondered for a while and nodded. All right, go and tell them the truth. I think they will definitely take action. Yes. Gongsun Bei responded respectfully and was about to turn around and leave. Don't go. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded in the hall. Qin Feiyang. Gongsun Bei and the Chief Tower Master's expressions changed as they immediately looked around. Whoosh. The next moment. Chapter 1306. The Chief Pagoda Master immediately became furious and shouted, You still dare to come here? Gongsun Bei's eyes flashed. He walked to the Chief Tower Master's side and looked at the man and beast warily. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and sat opposite the Chief Tower Master. He smiled faintly. This is not a tiger's den. Why wouldn't I dare to come here? Arrogant. The Chief Tower Master flew into a rage. Qin Feiyang said faintly, I didn't come back to cause trouble. Then why did you come back? Gongsun Bei asked. Qin Feiyang said, I want to know where the Mu family's base is. Both the Chief Tower Master and Gongsun Bei were stunned. They thought that Qin Feiyang had come back this time to continue fighting against them. They didn't expect that it was for the Mu family. Why are you asking about this? Gongsun Bei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry about this. Anyway, it will only benefit you. Only benefit? Are you joking? You used Hao and Yu to steal the divine crystals and heavenly flames. You even massacred millions of creatures in the 9 regions. Do you think I will believe you now? The Chief Tower Master sneered. Then what do you want? If you don't like it, then let's fight. Stop talking nonsense. The seal was overbearing. It didn't put the master of the forgotten continent in its eyes. Shut up. I am talking to your master. Who are you to interrupt? Don't think that you can do whatever you want in my chief tower just because you are a 9-star combat emperor. Let me tell you, you are not qualified. The Chief Tower Master yelled. Fuck. You're still being arrogant. Boss Qin, bring out our main force and flatten this bullshit chief tower. The seal was furious. Main force. Gongsun Bei's pupils shrank as he looked at Qin Feiyang. It seemed that the seal wasn't the only 9-star combat emperor around this kid. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He looked up at the Chief Tower Master and said, I want to make a few points clear. Firstly, I'm not the owner of the seal. He and I are friends. So what it says is equivalent to what I want to say. If you're not convinced, let's play. Let's see who will lose out in the end. Qin Feiyang said. So confident. Gongsun Bei's heart trembled. How many experts were there in the army that the seals mentioned? Was that powerful and mysterious madam hiding by Qin Feiyang's side right now? Secondly, I was indeed the one who stole the divine crystal. As for the profound sky flame, the heavenly thunder flame, and the frost flame, they are all in my hands. As for the other alchemy fires, such as the Big Dipper flame and the bloodbath in the 1st and 2nd regions, whether you believe it or not, I didn't do it. Qin Feiyang added. Gongsun Bei frowned. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Don't tell me you don't know. Of course I know. I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Qin Feiyang said. Gongsun Bei frowned and pondered for a moment. You mean, it was the Mu family? Yes. It was the mysterious madam who massacred the first and second regions. It was the Mu family who stole the Big Dipper flame and the other alchemy fires. And the role I played at that time was just a chess piece in their hands, taking advantage of them a little. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Chess piece. A chess piece can get the heavenly thunder flame, the heavenly thunder flame, and the frost flame? In my opinion, you are in cahoots with them. You are in cahoots with them. The Chief Tower Master sneered. Whatever you say. Anyway, I have a clear conscience. Now, can you tell me where the Mu family is? Qin Feiyang said. Gongsun Bei didn't answer. Who has the divine crystal now? The mysterious madam. Qin Feiyang didn't hide it because there was no need to. The mysterious madam's strength was beyond imagination. Even if the Chief Tower Master knew, he couldn't do anything to her. Of course. If the Chief Tower Master really fought with the mysterious madam, then he would be happy to see it. Because in this way, he could sit back and reap the benefits. After all, he was also very interested in the divine crystal. The Chief Tower Master asked, Where is the mysterious madam? Qin Feiyang said lightly, I don't know. After I gave her the divine crystal, we parted ways. He was a little puzzled. Originally, after he left the Forgotten Continent, Mu Qing should have used the all-seeing eye to predict the mysterious madam's location. So, Mu Qing must have known that the mysterious madam was hiding in the Endless Sea. At that time, the Mu family and the Chief Tower Master were in a cooperative relationship. If the Mu family knew, then the Chief Tower should also know. But now, why did the Chief Tower Master come to ask him? Could it be that the Mu family didn't tell the Chief Tower Master the whereabouts of the mysterious madam? After thinking about it for a while, it was really possible. Because the Mu family also wanted the divine crystal. The Chief Tower Master looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and said in a deep voice, You really don't know, or are you pretending not to know? Is it so important to tell the truth? If you really want to know, I can show you the way to monitor the Mu family. If I'm not wrong, the Mu family is also looking for the mysterious madam now, and they will find it before you. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Mu family, I kindly took them in and gave them a place in the central divine kingdom, but they pretended to obey in front of me. They really deserve to die. The Chief Tower Master clenched his hands, and the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. This Mu family's people have always been ambitious. Gongsun Bei shook his head and sighed. In fact, he had long suspected the Mu family, and he had told the Chief Tower Master about this before, but there was no evidence. However, even if there was evidence, what could he do? The Mu family's strength was unfathomable, and the Chief Tower might not be able to fight them. Suddenly, Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashed slightly, and asked, Qin Feiyang, how about we join forces? Join forces? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Chief Tower Master also looked at Gongsun Bei in astonishment. Although all of this was done by the mysterious madam and the Mu family behind the scenes, Qin Feiyang was also a participant. And the heavenly thunder flame, the mysterious sky flame, and the ice flame were indeed in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Logically speaking, shouldn't they first get rid of Qin Feiyang and take back the 3 kinds of alchemy fire? But why did Gongsun Bei take the initiative to ask for Qin Feiyang's help? My lord. At this point, it doesn't make sense for us to deal with Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang's position is already very obvious, he wants to deal with the Mu family. Instead of continuing to fight with him, it's better to join forces with him to deal with the Mu family. Gongsun Bei thought to himself. If the Chief Tower continued to fight with Qin Feiyang, then the biggest winner in the end would undoubtedly be the Mu family. This point. In fact, the Chief Tower Master could also think of it. But for him to put down his pride and cooperate with Qin Feiyang, he couldn't do it. He was the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. How high was his status? And what about Qin Feiyang? Although he was the descendant of the Qin Emperor had disappeared, maybe even died. Most importantly, Qin Feiyang used to be his disciple. The master-disciple relationship suddenly became an equal partnership. No matter who it was, they couldn't accept this kind of chain. My lord. I know what you're thinking. But do you really think that Qin Feiyang relied on his ancestor, the Qin Emperor, to get to where he is today? I can tell you that he didn't. I don't need to tell you how strong the Mu family and the mysterious madam are, my lord, you know. However, this kid was able to rely on his own brain to deal with them until now, and even took advantage of them. Just this ability alone is not something that ordinary people can compare with. Moreover, this time he came back without fear, so I think that he is fully qualified to cooperate with us. My lord, you don't need to be so rigid about the master-disciple relationship, Gongsun Bei said. The chief tower master fell silent. Also, I don't believe that he doesn't know where the mysterious madam is. He must be lying to us. And if we cooperate with him, then we can use him to find the mysterious madam and take back the divinity crystal, Gongsun Bei said telepathically, his eyes flashing. Take back the divinity crystal. The chief tower master's eyes trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath, secretly saying, how can you be sure that he wants to deal with the Mu family? Because he's asking about the Mu family's base. Gongsun Bei said. What does this mean? The chief tower master raised his eyebrows. It means that his relationship with the Mu family is not that good, otherwise the Mu family wouldn't hide the location of their base from him. If my lord is still worried, I can ask him in person, Gongsun Bei said secretly. Then ask. The chief tower master said. Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, since we're talking about cooperation, then we must be honest with each other first. What are you trying to say? Qin Feiyang said. He was also surprised that Gongsun Bei would propose cooperation. Gongsun Bei said, are you asking about the Mu family's base to deal with them, or for something else? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, well, I'll tell you. The Mu family is my mortal enemy. Since you're mortal enemies, then why are you helping them? The chief tower master said angrily. Qin Feiyang said lightly, I just said that I was just a chess piece before, and I had no choice. The chief tower master's face sank. Although it was the Mu family and the mysterious madam who had been adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, to be honest, Qin Feiyang was the one who deserved to be killed the most. Because without him, it would be difficult to accomplish all of this. Gongsun Bei glanced at the chief tower master, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, one more question. What's your situation in the great Qin Empire? In the past, the whole world was my enemy, but now, I can do whatever I want. Qin Feiyang said casually. Do whatever I want. The two of them were shocked. Haha. The great Qin Empire actually allowed a mere one-star combat emperor to do whatever he wants. I can imagine how bad the great Qin Empire is now. The chief pagoda master suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with ridicule that couldn't be dispersed. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently as if he was looking at a clown. Gongsun Bei was also silent as he looked at Qin Feiyang. Chapter 1307. When he heard the first half of Gongsun Bei's words, Qin Feiyang was still calm, but when he heard the second half, his face immediately became gloomy. Wasn't it because of the current emperor? And he didn't want to think about this unbearable past. Seeing this, Gongsun Bei's heart trembled. Could there be some hidden story here? But what kind of hidden story could cause Qin Feiyang and the great Qin Empire to become enemies? However, Gongsun Bei was a smart person. Seeing the change in Qin Feiyang's face, he tactfully didn't pursue the matter. Gongsun Bei smiled, since it's a cooperation, then I will personally take you to the Mu family's nest. Qin Feiyang was stunned and joked, I don't think I agreed to cooperate with you yet, right? If you cooperate with the head tower, not only can you eliminate our past grievances, but you can also get rid of the Mu family. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. To be honest, I really can't think of a reason for you to refuse. Gongsun Bei smiled. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed and cupped his hands. Brother Gongsun is wise and capable, this one admires you. You flatter me. Gongsun Bei waved his hand and smiled. No, I'm telling the truth. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the head tower master and sneered, to be honest, it's a big loss for you not to pass the position of head tower master to brother Gongsun. The head tower master's face immediately became gloomy. When Gongsun Bei heard this, his eyes trembled slightly, and he immediately glanced at the head tower master with an uneasy expression. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. This was disdain for the head tower master. As the ruler of the forgotten continent, if he only had this little vision, he would be suppressed sooner or later. Qin Feiyang got up, looked at Gongsun Bei, and asked, "When do we leave?" "So, Brother Qin agrees to cooperate?" Gongsun Bei asked. "Brother Gongsun, how could I refuse your kind invitation?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Gongsun Bei was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and smiled. "We can set off at any time." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then let's wait a few days. Besides, since it's a cooperation, shouldn't the arrest warrant be removed?" "It will definitely be removed, but not now. After all, everyone knows that you have come to the Central Divine Kingdom. If we remove the arrest warrant now, the Mu family will definitely suspect our relationship." Gongsun Bei smiled. "You can even think of this. Impressive." Qin Feiyang raised his thumb and said, "When I'm ready, I'll come and find you." "Goodbye. I won't see you out," Gongsun Bei said. Qin Feiyang glanced at the chief pagoda master and disappeared with the seal. Gongsun Bei let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. Negotiating with this guy is really troublesome. The chief tower master turned to look at him and said, "Then do you feel a sense of accomplishment?" Gongsun Bei was stunned and quickly bowed. "This subordinate dares not." Chief pagoda master's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Just now, Qin Feiyang said that it would be a great loss for me if I don't pass the position of chief pagoda master to you. Tell me honestly, do you also think the same?" Gongsun Bei's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "This subordinate has never thought so. Please understand. It's best not to have such thoughts. Otherwise, if I can cultivate you, I can also make you fall into the abyss." The chief tower master said. "This subordinate will bear it in mind." Gongsun Bei bowed. "Go, prepare well. This time, no matter what, we must get the divine crystals back. If there is a chance, it would be best to kill Qin Feiyang as well," the chief tower master ordered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Yes," Gongsun Bei respectfully replied, then turned around and strode away. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the chief tower master on the screen in front of him, and his eyes flashed coldly. Lu Zheng stood beside Qin Feiyang, shook his head and said, "This person is too narrow-minded. Even if he has the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor, it will be difficult for him to achieve great things. I don't care about him at all. The only person in the chief tower that I am afraid of is Gongsun Bei, other than the few fake gods." Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Zheng said suspiciously, "This Gongsun Bei has both ability and talent. Why would he follow the chief tower master so loyally? It should be for his belief. Gongsun Bei's belief is the chief tower. For the reputation of the chief tower, he can sacrifice everything. Perhaps in our eyes, he is a little foolish, but sometimes, aren't we the same?" Qin Feiyang muttered. Everyone had their own beliefs. They would fight for their beliefs and die for their beliefs. The only difference was that everyone's beliefs were different. Gongsun Bei's belief was the chief tower. The commander of the Kirin army believed in the emperor. His belief was to protect his family and the empire left behind by his ancestors. Belief, Lu Zheng muttered to himself. Everyone had their own beliefs, but what was his? Next, Qin Feiyang began to cultivate in the ancient castle. Although the snow python only gave him half a month, he was confident that he could imitate the first stroke of the Xing character formula in less than half a month. Time passed quietly. 80 days had passed in the ancient castle. Only 8 days had passed in the outside world. Buzz. Early in the morning, Qin Feiyang's fingertips trembled. The first stroke of the Xing character formula suddenly erupted with a dazzling divine light that illuminated the entire ancient castle. Boom! His cultivation soared like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the level of a 2-star combat emperor. 10 days in the ancient castle is 1 day outside. This is really a cheat, Lu Zheng exclaimed. In the past few days, his cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Zheng and said, I have a question that I can't figure out. What question? Lu Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, where did your Lu family get the recipes for the various pills that can unlock the door of potential? Lu Zheng rolled his eyes and said jokingly, it's a long story. Listen to me slowly. Okay. I'll listen to you slowly when I have time. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and asked, do you want to go out and join in the fun? 8 days had passed. There were only 7 days left. They could not delay any longer. It's such an interesting thing. Of course. Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he appeared in the hall again with Lu Zheng. In the past 8 days, the news of his return had spread throughout the central divine kingdom. But no one knew that he was in the chief tower. As for Wang Yue and young Master Hao, ever since they turned against Qin Feiyang, they had entered seclusion. And they were in seclusion. In addition, Gongsun Bei had deliberately concealed it, so they had not received any news until now. And now, in the entire central divine kingdom, only the two of them did not know that Qin Feiyang had returned. In the attic, sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, the chief tower master immediately walked out of the cultivation room inside. He glanced at Lu Zheng suspiciously, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, have you been here all this time? No. I've been dealing with some personal matters these past few days. Qin Feiyang said. The chief tower master secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Feiyang had been hiding here all this time, then the conversation between him and Gongsun Bei that day would have definitely been heard by Qin Feiyang. In that case, the plan to snatch back the divine crystals would undoubtedly be ruined. Qin Feiyang certainly knew what the chief tower master was thinking. So he did not show any abnormalities and said indifferently, time is of the essence. Quickly inform Gongsun Bei. The chief tower master took out an image crystal and informed Gongsun Bei. Then he looked at Lu Zheng and asked, who is he? I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Lu Zheng laughed arrogantly. A hint of hostility flashed in the chief tower master's eyes. Lu Zheng continued, I'm not bragging, but with the forces behind me, I can destroy your chief tower with a wave of my hand. So you'd better be polite to my little cousin. What a big tone. The chief tower master laughed sinisterly. Not only a big tone, but also a strong fist. How about it? Do you want to try? Lu Zheng looked at him provocatively. Good. You've successfully infuriated me. Killing intent flashed in the chief tower master's eyes. Just as he was about to attack, Gongsun Bei arrived. Seeing the atmosphere, he hurriedly said, Sir, please calm down. Sir, you're the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. Why bother with a junior? Me. The chief tower master snorted through his nose. Suppressing the killing intent and anger in his heart, he said, take them and leave immediately. Yes. Gongsun Bei respectfully replied. He waved his hand and opened a teleportation gate. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng, he said telepathically, let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and stepped into the teleportation gate. Lu Zheng looked at the chief tower mockingly and followed in. Gongsun Bei smiled helplessly and cupped his hands, saying, Sir, if a battle breaks out later, I may ask the 3 ancestors of the Legacy Land for help. Please allow it. Do as you deem fit, the chief tower master said expressionlessly. Meaning, he gave Gongsun Bei full authority to deal with it. Thank you, sir. Gongsun Bei thanked him and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the teleportation gate. Little bastard, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you regret what you did today. When the teleportation gate dissipated, the chief tower master muttered to himself, his killing intent undisguised. Obviously, he bore a grudge against Lu Zheng again. At the same time, above a mountain range, Qin Feiyang and the other two appeared one after another. Below, the mountains rose and fell as far as the eye could see. As for the mountain streams, the vegetation was verdant, the rivers were surging, and the aura of berserk beasts was everywhere. Moreover, the weakest one was a War Master level berserk beast, and saint beasts were everywhere. One could even sense the aura of an emperor beast. Where is this? Qin Feiyang scanned the mountains and rivers suspiciously. Fire Phoenix Mountain Range. Gongsun Bei said. What? You mean, the Mu family's lair is in the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Gongsun Bei nodded. This, Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. Of course, he knew about the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range. Back then, Fatso and Li He were in the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range, helping Yang Wei open the door to potential. He had heard of the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range more than once. It was said that berserk beasts ran rampant here, and it was a very dangerous place. But he never thought that the Mu family's lair would actually be here. Chapter 1308. Gongsun Bei glanced at the mountain range and smiled. Although the Mu family's base is here, if no one leads the way, you won't be able to find it even if you turn the Fire Phoenix Mountain Range upside down. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Lu Zheng also looked at him curiously. There's only one entrance to the Mu family's base, and the Mu family set up an illusion at the entrance. This illusion can confuse people's eyes and minds. If you're lucky, you can walk out alive, but if you're unlucky, you'll be trapped inside and die. Gongsun Bei said. I see. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were enlightened. Let's go. Gongsun Bei took the lead and flew into the depths of the mountain range. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other and quickly followed. After flying for a while, Gongsun Bei suddenly slowed down and walked side by side with Qin Feiyang. He said, I think you should be more polite to the Chief Tower Master. He's a selfish bastard. Why should we be polite to him? Lu Zheng said in disdain. Gongsun Bei said, but he's the ruler of the Forgotten Continent after all. Angering him won't do you any good. Lu Zheng said, I'm really not afraid of him. Gongsun Bei looked at Lu Zheng in surprise and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, aren't you going to introduce him? My cousin. Qin Feiyang said 3 simple words. Lu Zheng said unhappily, hey, is this how you introduce people? You should say, my cousin is a talented man, unparalleled in the world, loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when they see him. Scram. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. How shameless. Cousin, Gongsun Bei murmured and looked at Lu Zheng meaningfully. Lu Zheng rolled his eyes and suddenly looked at Gongsun Bei. He asked, Brother Gongsun, don't you feel wronged staying with the Chief Tower Master? Wronged? Gongsun Bei was stunned. He asked in confusion, why do you say that? My cousin told me about your situation. With your ability, you're definitely qualified to be the next Chief Tower Master. Yet now, this head pagoda master has excluded you for the sake of his own selfish desires. Could it be that you do not have the slightest complaint? Lu Zheng said angrily, feeling that it was unfair to Gongsun Bei. Gongsun Bei shook his head and smiled. You're really open-minded, but why don't you consider following my little cousin? Although my little cousin is a bit of a good-for-nothing, he's much better than the Chief Tower Master. I can guarantee that if you follow my little cousin, you will definitely be able to display your true talent. And your stage will become even bigger. Lu Zheng instigated. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. To be honest, if Gongsun Bei was really willing to follow him, he would warmly welcome him. But what he valued was not Gongsun Bei's ability and talent, but Gongsun Bei's character. Because Gongsun Bei was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Back in the Chief Tower, when he snatched the divine crystal, Gongsun Bei let him go on account of his ancestors' kindness to the Forgotten Continent. This was the best proof. At the same time, hearing Lu Zheng's words, Gongsun Bei was stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Zheng would ask him to join Qin Feiyang. Moreover, if you follow my cousin, you can open the door of potential that everyone dreams of. This is a great benefit that others can't even ask for. Lu Zheng continued to tempt him. Haha. However, Gongsun Bei just smiled indifferently. If I were just an ordinary person, I would definitely be tempted by your offer. But I'm not an ordinary person. I'm the Temple Master of the Oracle Temple. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. No matter how tempting the offer was, he would not leave the Chief Tower. You're really stubborn. Lu Zheng was a little annoyed. This is not stubbornness, it's responsibility, it's responsibility. Gongsun Bei smiled. Lu Zheng still wanted to say something, but Qin Feiyang reached out to stop him. He smiled faintly. Everyone has their own aspirations, there's no need to force yourself. However, he was more and more satisfied with Gongsun Bei. Responsibility, responsibility. Everyone understood the meaning of these words, but how many people could really do it? Fire Phoenix mountain range, layers upon layers of mountains, majestic and magnificent. The three of them continued to go deeper. The beasts they encountered were also getting stronger and stronger. Battle Master level beasts were basically nowhere to be found. They were all sacred beasts. As they continued to go deeper, gradually, even sacred beasts could not be found. They were all emperor beasts. However, the cultivation of the three of them was not ordinary. Ordinary emperor beasts were not a threat to them. Time flew by. Half an hour passed. The three of them had already entered the deepest part of the Fire Phoenix mountain range. The lowest cultivation of the beasts here was a 5-star battle emperor. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Feiyang could only call out the seal and the seahorse. With the seal and the seahorse, they could basically do whatever they wanted in the Fire Phoenix mountain range. Not there yet. Lu Zheng began to get impatient. Soon. Gongsun Bei looked ahead and said. Qin Feiyang followed his gaze and saw a majestic mountain range at the end of the earth. The mountain range stretched up and down. Some places were as high as thousands of feet, and the shortest place was 700 to 800 feet. It was like a giant dragon lying on the ground, emitting a mysterious aura. The entrance is somewhere in the mountain range. But when we get here, we should try not to get entangled with the beasts here. Because here, we might encounter the Mu family at any time. Gongsun Bei whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded and whispered, Seahorse, seal, quickly restrain your aura. What are you afraid of? If one comes, we'll kill one. If two comes, we'll kill two. The seahorse and the seahorse laughed. As the beast kings of the Sea of Reincarnation, they were ruthless characters like wolves and tigers, so they didn't put the Mu family in their eyes at all. Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he said playfully, I hope that when we see the fake gods of the Mu family, you can still be as powerful as you are now. What? Fake gods? As soon as the two beasts heard this, they immediately retracted their aura. Do you know what you're doing? Lu Zheng looked at them in amusement. What? The two looked at him suspiciously. Lu Zheng said disdainfully, You're a typical bully. TSK. Aren't you the same? Not convinced? Then go and fight the fake gods of the Mu family for 300 rounds. If you really dare to go, we'll call you uncle. The two snorted coldly. Lu Zheng's mouth kept twitching. Fight the fake gods for 300 rounds? Isn't that courting death? You don't dare, right? Then don't talk about us. You're no different from us. The two despised him. Despised? Lu Zheng smiled bitterly. These two guys are not easy to deal with. Roar. Boom. Crack. In front. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of fighting. There's someone. Gongsun Bei was shocked and hurriedly said, Quickly enter the jungle below. No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at the two beasts, and said, Come to my shoulder. The two beasts quickly shrank to the size of a palm and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, each occupying one side. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang grabbed Lu Zheng and Gongsun Bei and directly activated the concealment technique. The three men and two beasts immediately disappeared into the void. In front, above a jungle, two young men in black and a black eagle were fighting crazily. The terrifying battle fluctuations rushed in all directions like mountains and seas. In less than a few breaths, the jungle and mountains below were destroyed, and it was a scene of devastation. The berserk beasts in this area fled at the sight of the battle. The two men and one beast were locked in a fierce battle and did not notice that a group of people was quietly approaching. This group of people was naturally Qin Feiyang and the others. I recognize them. Gongsun Bei transmitted his voice after seeing the faces of the two young men in black. Who are they? Qin Feiyang asked. The Mu family has many monstrous geniuses, and they are two of them. They have only cultivated for 500 years and have the cultivation of a 3-star combat emperor. Gongsun Bei said. To the people of the Mu family, to cultivate to a 3-star combat emperor in 500 years, can they be considered monstrous geniuses? I think they are idiots. Lu Zheng snorted. This, Gongsun Bei's face was filled with astonishment. To cultivate to a 3-star combat emperor in 500 years, they were considered idiots in this person's eyes? What a joke. If they were idiots, then what was he? A trash that was worse than an idiot. Qin Feiyang said, I agree with cousin's words. What? You agree? Gongsun Bei was speechless. These two fellows were really talking without knowing their own backsides. He admitted. To Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng, cultivating to a combat emperor in 500 years was indeed not a difficult thing. This was because Qin Feiyang had the method to unlock the door of potential. However, in this world, not everyone had unlocked the door of potential. It wasn't an exaggeration. To be able to step into a combat emperor in 500 years without unlocking the door of potential was definitely a rare and monstrous existence. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two young men in black, then turned to Gongsun Bei and asked with a smile, Do you know why I agree? Why? Gongsun Bei didn't understand. Qin Feiyang said, Because they have unlocked the door of potential. What? Gongsun Bei's gaze trembled as he sized up the two young men in black and asked, Have you seen them before? Never. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then how do you know? Gongsun Bei was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, Because the ancestor of the Mu family also had the method to unlock the door of potential. This, Gongsun Bei was stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. The ancestor of the Mu family was called Mu Tianyang. This person was an existence that could be compared to my ancestor when he was alive. He had a pill scripture that recorded all the pill recipes in the world. It included the pill recipes of all the major pills that could unlock the door of potential. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang? Gongsun Bei was stunned as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I've heard of this name. You've heard of it? This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was stunned. Yes. Chapter 1309. That's right. He lost to my ancestor. But he's not dead. Qin Feiyang said. Not dead. Gongsun Bei was surprised. Yes. He's still alive and well. He's hiding in the Great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang nodded. Do you know where he's hiding? Gongsun Bei asked. Yes. We're still in a cooperative relationship now. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. You're cooperating with him? Gongsun Bei was dumbfounded. As a descendant of the Qin Emperor, he was actually cooperating with the Qin Emperor's mortal enemy. Was this kid crazy? Don't think too much. Although we're in a cooperative relationship, we're just using each other to get what we need. Qin Feiyang said. Even so, it's still too risky. You're asking a tiger for its skin. If you're not careful, you'll be eaten by him. Gongsun Bei was speechless. Even if he wants to eat me now, his stomach won't be able to hold it. Qin Feiyang sneered. Why do you say that? Gongsun Bei was puzzled. Although my ancestor didn't kill him back then, his soul was shattered and his vitality was greatly damaged. His current strength is probably less than 1% of his peak strength. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Gongsun Bei was relieved and smiled. If that's the case, then we can still act according to the original plan. The original plan? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Gongsun Bei strangely. Don't tell me you're going to change the plan after hearing that Mu Tianyang is still alive. Gongsun Bei smiled bitterly and didn't deny it. After all, Mu Tianyang is a true god of war. My chief pagoda can't afford to offend him. Qin Feiyang was helpless. How much do you know about Mu Tianyang? I just heard it from the chief pagoda master. How much can I know? I just didn't expect the Mu family to be a descendant of Mu Tianyang. Gongsun Bei sighed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Does the chief know the details of the Mu Jiao? Is there even a need to ask? He definitely doesn't know. Although the chief tower master is somewhat selfish, I know that he cares about the safety of the Forgotten Continent more than anyone else. To put it bluntly, he cares about power and influence. He won't let anyone threaten his position. So, if he knew, he definitely wouldn't allow the Mu family to remain in the Forgotten Continent. Gongsun Bei said. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. Even though he hadn't known the Chief Tower Master for long, he still had a good grasp of the latter's personality. If someone really threatened his position, he would find a way to get rid of them immediately. Furthermore, if the Chief Pagoda Master really knew about it, he wouldn't let go of a good opportunity to extort the Mu Jiao, such as the potential pill. However, even young Master Hao hadn't been able to unlock his potential before he had met him. From this, it could be seen that the Chief Pagoda Master was indeed unaware. These damned bastards, they actually deceived us for so many years. This time, we must catch them all in one fell swoop. Gongsun Bei coldly harumphed, his hands tightly clenched, killing intent surging in his eyes. Only today did he know that the Mu family was originally using the Forgotten Continent to rest and build up strength, waiting for Mu Qianyang's return. Lu Zheng indifferently glanced at him. Then now, are you still going to deny my words? Gongsun Bei was stunned, then bitterly smiled. Even though they have unlocked their potential, but to be able to cultivate to the level of a 3-star combat emperor in such a short period of time, they can't be considered idiots. Their talent is still not bad. TCH. Lu Zheng disdainfully raised his middle finger. Qin Feiyang sized up the two black-clothed youths. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he turned his head to look at Gongsun Bei. Oh right, why did the Chief Tower Master take in the Mu family? If you say that he was kind enough to take them in, I really don't believe it. Because the Chief Tower Master wasn't that kind of person. This, I really don't know. A few times, I've asked him indirectly, but the Chief Tower Master has always been secretive and unwilling to answer directly. Gongsun Bei said. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that there was some kind of unknown benefit relationship between them. Boom. Crack. The battle between the two black-clothed youths and the Black Hawk had reached its climax. The Black Hawk was a 4-star combat emperor beast. Even though it was a minor realm higher than the two youths, both of them had mastered several perfect battle arts. Therefore, the Black Hawk was gradually losing. Qin Feiyang asked, what are their names? Mu Sheng, Mu Xing Gongsun Bei said. Qin Feiyang said, not only do you know their names, but you also know their cultivation base. Looks like you're quite concerned about the Mu family. Gongsun Bei said, to tell you the truth, I've been monitoring the Mu family all these years. Qin Feiyang was startled, then smiled. Then, what did Brother Gongsun find out? Gongsun Bei shook his head and smiled. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Even though I've been monitoring them all these years, I've only managed to sneak into the Mu family's base once, and I was almost discovered in the end. Qin Feiyang smiled. This wasn't out of his expectations. Who was the Mu family? There would definitely be experts guarding the entrance. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to sneak in. Even though Gongsun Bei had only managed to sneak in once, it was already very rare. Qin Feiyang looked at the two black-clothed youths again with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Why were these two fighting the Black Hawk? Training. However, there were countless ferocious beasts that were more powerful than the Black Hawk. Training here was definitely not a wise thing to do. Mu Xing, we can't delay any longer. Otherwise, we'll attract those powerful 9-star combat emperor beasts. Quickly, use your full strength. Mu Xing suddenly shouted. Mu Xing nodded. Boom. Both of their bodies shook as they activated their fighting souls at the same time. Both of their fighting souls were humanoid fighting souls. They were more than 100 feet tall and emitted a monstrous murderous aura. However, their bodies were shrouded in black mist, and their true appearance could not be seen clearly. Kill. Both of them shouted. The two humanoid fighting souls raised their giant hands and slapped at the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk knew that it was no match for them, so it turned around and fled. However, the two fighting souls were extremely fast and arrived in an instant. Chirp. Accompanied by a wail, the Black Hawk's huge body was immediately split into 4 or 5 pieces. Blood stained the sky. After killing the Black Hawk, the two of them immediately broke through the sky and left. Lu Zheng said, follow them. Qin Feiyang nodded and led Lu Zheng and Gongsun Bei behind the two of them silently. Soon, an inconspicuous small valley entered their line of sight. Mu Sheng and Gongsun Bei directly rushed into the small valley. Qin Feiyang and the other two followed behind. The small valley was only about 100 feet wide and was covered with weeds and shrubs. It looked extremely desolate. What are they doing here? This doesn't look like a place with treasures. Lu Zheng frowned. There's the Black Hawk's aura here. This means that this is the Black Hawk's nest. Qin Feiyang muttered. There was a saying that one could not judge a book by its cover. Sometimes, the more inconspicuous a place was, the more likely it was to have treasures. At this moment, Mu Xing and Gongsun Bei were walking towards a shrub on the right side of the valley. The closer they got to the shrub, the more excited they became. It was as if there was a treasure hidden in the shrub. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and flew over silently. They lowered their heads and scanned the shrub. This shrub was no different from an ordinary shrub. The ground was a little damp and covered with a thick layer of dead branches and rotten leaves. It emitted a rotten smell. And within the shrub, there was a strange grass. This grass was only as long as a finger and had 3 slender leaves. The reason why it was strange was that this grass was completely black and emitted a cold aura. What's this? Gongsun Bei was suspicious. This was the first time he had seen such a strange grass. At this moment, Mu Xing and Gongsun Bei also came to the shrub and locked their eyes on the black grass. The excitement on their faces could not be concealed. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and then looked at the black grass again. His eyes were full of doubts. He was sure that he had never seen this grass before, but for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. This is the dark yin grass. Lu Zheng suddenly transmitted his voice. Dark yin grass? Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Lu Zheng. He found that Lu Zheng was looking at the dark yin grass with greed in his eyes. Wait a minute. Dark yin grass? Why did this name sound so familiar? Suddenly, his eyes trembled and looked at the dark yin grass again. His eyes were shining. Wasn't the dark yin grass one of the herbs in the Great Creation Pill? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, it was one of the most important herbs. He was excited. He did not expect to encounter such a treasure on the way. The most important herbs of the Great Creation Pill were the creation fruit, white jade fruit, purple spirit flower, dark yang grass, and dark yin grass. The dark yin grass was ranked 5th. It could be seen how rare it was. The dark yin grass is rare in the world. When we hand it to the family head, we will definitely be able to exchange it for a generous reward. Mu Xing and Gongsun Bei cleared the shrub happily and squatted beside the dark yin grass. They took out their daggers and started digging. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to get this reward. But at this moment, there was a laugh. Who is it? The two of them were shocked. They looked up and scanned their surroundings. They didn't notice that there was someone else hiding here. Swish. Qin Feiyang and the others appeared. What? Qin Feiyang. Gongsun Bei. The two's face changed. Qin Feiyang joked, are you surprised? Aren't you in the great Qin Empire? When did you come to Forgotten Continent? The two were shocked. 8 days ago. Qin Feiyang said. Then what are you doing here? The two were surprised. Qin Feiyang grinned, of course I'm here for your Mu family. Damn it. Let's go. The two secretly cursed and turned around to escape. Gongsun Bei hurriedly said, don't let them escape. Once the two escaped, the Mu family would know that their tower has joined forces with Qin Feiyang. At that time, they would be prepared in advance. Don't worry, they can't escape. Qin Feiyang chuckled and glanced at the seal and seahorse lying on his shoulder. He said, what are you still doing lying there? Go and deal with them. Yes. The two beasts lazily responded and left Qin Feiyang's shoulder and flew towards Mu Xing and Gongsun Bei. To be honest, they weren't interested in such a small fish at all. They couldn't raise their spirits at all. There was no suspense. Chapter 13:10. Boring. Boring. The two beasts returned to Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said uninterestedly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Don't worry. You'll have a chance to show off soon. After that, Qin Feiyang took out Chang Shui and uprooted the Shenyin grass. Seeing this, Lu Zheng hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang's wrist and asked, Little cousin, you're not going to take it for yourself, are you? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked up at Lu Zheng and said, "You want to share? Nonsense. I've never heard of it. Everyone who sees it gets a share." Lu Zheng snorted. "Sorry, I've never heard of it." Qin Feiyang smiled and put away Chang Shui and the Shenyan grass. "You," Lu Zheng stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Such a rare treasure was hard to come by in 100 years. He didn't even give him a leaf. It was too much. Gongsun Bei looked at the two suspiciously and asked curiously, "What's the use of this Shenyan grass? It looks good." Lu Zheng glanced at Gongsun Bei indifferently and then turned to search the valley. Gongsun Bei's face suddenly twitched. What is he looking for? Seahorse looked at Lu Zheng and asked Qin Feiyang secretly. If I remember correctly, it is recorded in the pill scripture that yin and yang exist together. Where there is Shenyan grass, there must be Shenyan grass. I think he must be looking for Shenyan grass. Qin Feiyang said secretly. Hearing this, the two beasts suddenly became spirited and said secretly, "What does Shenyan grass look like?" "It's similar to Shenyan grass, but the color is different. Shenyan grass is as black as ink, while Shenyan grass is as red as fire." Qin Feiyang said. "Look for it. Don't let them get it." Seahorse said secretly. The two beasts immediately flew out and began to search the valley. Qin Feiyang glanced around and also stepped forward to search carefully. "What's the situation?" Gongsun Bei looked at them suspiciously. "Bastard brat, how dare you take the profound yin grass for yourself? Wait till I find the profound yang grass, I won't share it with you." Lu Zheng glanced at Qin Feiyang and the two seals. He snorted inwardly and quickened his pace. His eyes swept around, not missing a single spot. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up at the cliff on his left. On the cliff a dozen meters above the ground, there was a half-meter wide crack, and within the crack, there was an imperceptible flame. Whoosh! He hurriedly flew up and saw a fiery red blade of grass in the crack. The shape of the grass was almost exactly the same as the profound yin grass. The 3 leaves looked as if they were cast from lava, emitting a crimson luster. "Found it." Lu Zheng was overjoyed and was about to grab it. Whoosh! But just then, the seal and seahorse flashed across the sky like lightning and swept behind Lu Zheng. "Get out of the way!" Seahorse raised its hoof and kicked Lu Zheng's butt. "Oh!" Lu Zheng immediately let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. He covered his butt with both hands and flew into the sky like a meteorite. At the same time, the seal shrunk its body, swept into the crack, and pulled out the profound yang grass. "You two bastards, I found it first. What right do you have to take it away?" Seeing this, Lu Zheng was furious. He roared and rushed toward the two beasts, ignoring the pain in his butt. The two beasts laughed, turned into a stream of light, and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. "Here you go." The seal waved its paw and the profound yang grass fell into Qin Feiyang's hand. "Not bad, not bad. This is the profound yang grass." Qin Feiyang chuckled. His face was blooming with joy. "Little cousin, you've gone too far." Lu Zheng was furious. "Who dares to barge into my Fire Phoenix mountain range?" But suddenly, a cold voice came from afar. The 3 men and 2 beasts were shocked. They looked up and saw a white figure rushing toward them like lightning. It was a middle-aged man. He was 2 meters tall and muscular like a small giant. "It's him." Gongsun Bei's eyes trembled. "Who?" Qin Feiyang asked. Gongsun Bei said in a deep voice, "The guardian of the illusion, Mu Dahui. He has the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor. Your cousin's roar must have alarmed him." 9-star combat emperor, Qin Feiyang murmured. His eyes flashed coldly and he said to the 2 beasts, "You two hide and prepare to kill him in one blow." "Piece of cake." The 2 beasts laughed sinisterly. Then, they disappeared into the underbrush below in an instant. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and also landed beside Qin Feiyang. Gongsun Bei also immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. A 9-star combat emperor was not someone Mu Xing and the other 2 could compare to. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Whoosh! Finally, Mu Dahue came to the sky above the valley. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "Hurry up and pretend to run away." After that, he immediately turned around and ran away in a panic. Lu Zheng and Gongsun Bei looked at each other suspiciously and also began to run away. "Stop!" Seeing the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other two, Mu Dahue's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he shouted. The three of them stiffened and stopped. Qin Feiyang lowered his voice and changed it slightly. "Senior, we didn't mean to break in here. Please have mercy." But the three of them did not turn around. Mu Dahue could still only see their backs. Mu Dahue glanced at Lu Zheng's back, then stared at Qin Feiyang and Gongsun Bei's backs. "I feel that your backs are somewhat familiar. Turn around and let me see. This is the first time we have entered the Fire Phoenix mountain range. Senior must have mistaken us for someone else." Qin Feiyang said fearfully, but he still changed his voice. "Don't talk nonsense. Turn around right now," Mu Dahue shouted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Qin Feiyang was hesitant. "It seems that I have to use some means to make you obedient." Mu Dahue smiled coldly. His emperor's aura poured out and instantly enveloped Qin Feiyang and the other two. Then, he swooped down and landed behind Qin Feiyang and the other two, reaching out to grab Qin Feiyang and Gongsun Bei's shoulders. Boom! However, at this moment, two terrifying auras erupted. The seahorse and the seal rushed out, their battle chi surging. Like two sharp arrows, they pierced through Mu Dahue's lower abdomen. "Ah!" A scream resounded through the sky. Mu Dahue immediately lay on the ground, clutching his lower abdomen, his face twisted in pain. Two fist-sized bloody holes penetrated his front and back, blood spurting out like a fountain. Lu Zheng and Gongsun Bei also suddenly realized. It turned out that Qin Feiyang pretended to escape in order to lure Mu Dahue. After all, everyone in the Mu family knew what Qin Feiyang looked like. They also knew Qin Feiyang's methods. If Mu Dahue saw Qin Feiyang's face in advance, he would definitely be vigilant. He might even turn around and run away. The seahorse and seal's ambush would naturally not succeed. "Boss Qin, what do you think? Aren't we awesome?" The seahorse and seahorse glanced at Mu Dahue in disdain, then ran to Qin Feiyang to ask for a reward. "Awesome." Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Mu Dahue. This voice, Qin Feiyang did not change his voice this time. Mu Dahue suddenly felt that this voice was very familiar. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. When he saw Qin Feiyang's face, he could not help but tremble. How could it be him? "Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang said playfully, "Your expression is exactly the same as Mu Xing and the others." "You saw Mu Xing and Mu Sheng?" Mu Dahue was shocked. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Where are they? What did you do to them?" Mu Dahue said angrily. "Do you still need to ask? They will definitely not have a good ending when they meet me, Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang laughed. "You damned bastard. Everyone in the Mu family will not let you off." Mu Dahue roared. "We should be the ones saying this. We will not let go of anyone in your Mu family." Gongsun Bei's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Gongsun Bei." Mu Dahue's eyes trembled, and he said in a deep voice, "You actually helped Qin Feiyang. Are you not afraid of the Chief Tower's blame?" Gongsun Bei sneered, "Sorry, but it was the Chief Tower's order to join hands with Qin Feiyang." "What?" Mu Dahue's face was filled with disbelief. The Chief Tower had joined hands with Qin Feiyang? Damn it. How could this be? How did Qin Feiyang convince the Chief Pagoda Master? Mu Dahue roared, "Did you forget that it was Qin Feiyang who stole your divine crystals? Stop pretending. Isn't your Mu family also eyeing the divine crystals? You despicable scum, even if you are cut into pieces, it will not be enough to relieve the hatred in my heart." Gongsun Bei's killing intent rose. "Wait." Qin Feiyang reached out and stopped Gongsun Bei. "What's wrong?" Gongsun Bei looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, "Let's kill him later. I have a few questions to ask him." Gongsun Bei nodded and thought to himself, then asked. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Mu Dahue, and his emperor's aura appeared, imprisoning Mu Dahue. Emperor's aura. Mu Dahue was shocked. He remembered that when Qin Feiyang left the Forgotten Continent, he was only a 4-star battle saint. How long had it been? He had already stepped into the Battle Emperor realm. This speed, even if he opened the door of potential, it was impossible to achieve. Just as Mu Dahue was shocked, Qin Feiyang formed a hand seal, and a slave seal appeared and swept toward Mu Dahue's head. Mu Dahue's expression changed again. His first thought was to kill himself. Although he had never seen Qin Feiyang before, Qin Feiyang's deeds had long been spread in the family, and everyone knew about it. Therefore, he knew that this was a slave seal. However, imprisoned by Qin Feiyang's emperor's aura, he couldn't kill himself even if he wanted to. The slave seal sank into Mu Dahue's head and successfully controlled him. Qin Feiyang said, "Now answer me, how many false gods and 9-star battle emperors does your Mu family have? Other than the space-time gate, do you have any other divine weapons?" After asking this question, he secretly peeked at Mu Dahue's inner thoughts. Because he didn't expect Mu Dahue to answer him at all. Therefore, he used this method to get the answer he wanted to know. However, he found that after hearing his question, Mu Dahue's heart was like a dead sea, without any ripples. It seems that the people from the Mu family are as difficult to deal with as the people from the Zhuge family. It's basically impossible to get anything out of them. Chapter 13:11. However, he did not give up and continued, "As long as you tell me the truth, I'll let you live. Do you think I'll believe your bullshit?" Mu Dahue sneered. "I swear in the name of my mother. You should know how important my mother is to me, so as long as you're willing to tell me, I won't go back on my word." Qin Feiyang said. "In your dreams." Mu Dahue said. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said, "Then let me ask you again. Is there anyone from the Mu family in the Endless Ocean now?" The Endless Ocean? Gongsun Bei was stunned. Why did Qin Feiyang ask this? Could it be that the mysterious madam was in the Endless Ocean? Mu Dahue said disdainfully, "Don't waste your breath. I won't say anything. If you want to kill me, do it." Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said lightly, "Brother Gongsun, deal with it as you see fit." Gongsun Bei's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. "Gongsun Bei, let me tell you. You'll regret cooperating with Qin Feiyang sooner or later. Because no one in the main tower can beat him." Mu Dahue said contemptuously, "You don't have to worry about that. Go repent in hell." Gongsun Bei waved his hand, and a wave of battle aura swept out like a sharp blade. Mu Dahue's head immediately fell to the ground, and blood spurted out a few meters away. "Do you feel better now?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "How can I vent if I don't kill them all?" Gongsun Bei smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang said, "Then let's go. What about this body? If the Mu family finds it, it won't be good for us." Gongsun Bei said worriedly, "Don't worry. There are ferocious beasts everywhere here. Soon, not even a drop of blood will be left." Qin Feiyang laughed. Gongsun Bei nodded, and then continued to rush toward the mountain ridge with the 2 men and 2 beasts. On the way, everyone hid their aura and went around the 9-star monarch beasts. Along the way, there was no danger. Finally, the 3 humans and 2 beasts arrived at the foot of the mountain ridge. The mountains towered into the clouds, exuding a majestic aura. Mountain streams, towering ancient trees, and ferocious beasts. Moreover, they were basically 5-star to 8-star monarch beasts. There were also 9-star monarch beasts' auras on the peaks of the mountain range. This place was like a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. A moment of carelessness and you would lose your little life. The entrance to the Mu family's lair is right there. Gongsun Bei pointed at one of the giant peaks. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng raised their heads and looked over. They saw a giant mountain that was 50 to 60,000 feet high, like a giant sword that pierced the sky. That giant peak was also the highest peak in the mountain range. "Follow me," Gongsun Bei said in a low voice and flew towards the mountain peak. However, he did not fly in the air. Because they were flying at high altitudes, they were a huge target and could easily be intercepted by 9-star monarch beasts. Along the way, Gongsun Bei also skillfully avoided one fierce beast after another. Obviously, he was extremely familiar with this place. A moment later, under Gongsun Bei's lead, the group finally reached the mountain peak. However, the moment they reached the mountain peak, both Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng's expressions changed. Their faces were filled with horror. As for the seahorse and the seal, they immediately turned around and fled in fear. "Why are you running? Stop!" Gongsun Bei shouted in a low voice. The seahorse said without turning its head, "Nonsense, there are so many 9-star monarch beasts. If we don't run, we'll be waiting for death." That's right. On this mountain peak, there were fierce beasts lying everywhere. The mountain peak was not big. There were rocks and weeds everywhere. However, between the weeds and rocks, there were at least 100 fierce beasts. There were all kinds of beasts. They were all closing their eyes and taking a nap. The aura they emitted was, without exception, that of a 9-star combat emperor. 100 9-star monarch beasts. What kind of concept was that? Once they were awakened, it could be described as apocalyptic. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng also broke out in cold sweat. They were afraid that these fierce beasts would suddenly awaken. Gongsun Bei looked at the seahorse and seal helplessly and said, "They're not real." "What? They're not real?" The seahorse and seal were stunned. They turned around and glanced at the hundreds of 9-star monarch beasts. Whether it was their appearance or aura, they were extremely real. How could they be fake? The seal said warily, "We're still young. Don't fool us." "Why would I fool you?" Gongsun Bei rolled his eyes. He took a step forward and landed next to a fierce beast. He kicked it, and the fierce beast immediately disappeared from everyone's sight like a bubble. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Zheng was also stunned. The eyes of the seal and the seahorse almost popped out of their sockets. "This is the illusion I told you about," Gongsun Bei said. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and landed on the top of the mountain one after another. They walked toward Gongsun Bei while looking at the fierce beasts around them in amazement. The seal imitated Gongsun Bei and raised its paw to slap a few fierce beasts. Those fierce beasts immediately collapsed and disappeared. Amazing. Looking at this scene, the seal couldn't help but marvel. Qin Feiyang walked in front of Gongsun Bei and shook his head. "I didn't expect the Mu family to set up such an illusion at the entrance. As you said, without someone to lead the way, it's really impossible to find the entrance." Lu Zheng sighed. "Even if you can find it, seeing so many vivid 9-star monarch beasts, you'll definitely be scared witless like the seahorse and seal." Hearing this, the seal and seal were quite embarrassed. Qin Feiyang looked at the other peaks and asked, "Are the 9-star monarch beasts on those peaks also illusions?" "They're all real. Don't mess with them. Follow me." After Gongsun Bei finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the other side of the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang and the others quickly followed. Soon, they came to the edge of the cliff and entered their sight of a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was bottomless and surrounded by clouds and mist, giving people an unfathomable sense of mystery. And within the sea of clouds, there were countless 9-star monarch beasts' auras. The group was looking curiously. Roar. Suddenly, in the distant sea of clouds, a fierce beast roared out. It was as huge as a mountain and exuded a monstrous divine power. Divine power. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. There was a divine beast here. Gongsun Bei, is the Mu family under the sea of clouds? Lu Zheng asked, his eyes full of nervousness. The seahorse and seal were so scared that they hid behind Qin Feiyang, trembling. Gongsun Bei smiled. "Don't be nervous. The sea of clouds and the divine beast are also illusions." "What?" The 2 men and 2 beasts were shocked. "There are a total of 3 illusions here. The first illusion is these 9-star monarch beasts on the mountain peak, and the second illusion is the sea of clouds and the divine beast," Gongsun Bei said. The 2 men and 2 beasts looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. It turned out that they were just scaring themselves. The divine beast did not exist at all. "Wait." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "We've seen the first and second layer of the illusion. Where is the third layer of the illusion?" Gongsun Bei did not answer. Hide your aura and follow me. After speaking, he took the lead to hide his aura to the extreme and then stepped into the sky above the sea of clouds. The moment he stepped into the sky above the sea of clouds, Gongsun Bei disappeared from their sight. This, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. This place is too strange. Hurry up and follow him. Don't get lost. Lu Zheng said. The two men and two beasts also hid their aura and stepped into the sky above the sea of clouds. They found that they had appeared in front of a canyon, and Gongsun Bei was standing next to them. The seahorse said in surprise, "Didn't we enter the sea of clouds? Why is it a canyon? Didn't you hear Gongsun Bei say that the sea of clouds is just an illusion? I think this canyon is the real thing." Lu Zheng said thoughtfully. The canyon was still surrounded by clouds and mist, giving it a mysterious feeling. Behind them, the mountain peak they were on before had disappeared and was replaced by clouds and mist. At this moment, it was as if they were standing in a fairyland. It was very unreal. Gongsun Bei said telepathically, "The third illusion is in this canyon." When they heard this, they immediately looked into the canyon and saw many beasts lying in the canyon. There was a giant python, a poisonous scorpion, a fierce tiger, and a dragon. In short, all the beasts they had seen before were here. The most shocking part was that all of them were actually ninth star emperor beast. Needless to say, they must be fake too. The seahorse smiled and strode into the canyon. However, as soon as the seahorse took its first step, Gongsun Bei pulled it back and said, "Do you want to die?" "Why?" The seahorse looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang, Lu Zheng, and the seal also looked at Gongsun Bei in confusion. "Do you know why I asked you to hide your aura? Because the beasts in this canyon are not all illusions. Some of them are real. If we don't hide our aura, we will be discovered as soon as we appear," Gongsun Bei said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the seahorse immediately jumped behind Qin Feiyang like a frightened rabbit. According to my investigation, there are at least 10 nine-star emperor beasts in these illusions. They are here to guard the canyon. And at the end of the canyon is the Mu clan's nest, Gongsun Bei said. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, 10 nine-star emperor beasts are nothing, but if they are alarmed, it is equivalent to alarmed the entire Mu clan. We still haven't figured out the Mu clan's background, so we can't be discovered by them. Yes, we can't be discovered by them. Qin Feiyang nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's go to the castle." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the group suddenly disappeared. Not long after the group of people disappeared, a blood-red falcon flew out of the canyon like lightning and scanned the surroundings suspiciously. Strange. I clearly felt that someone broke in just now. Why is there not even a shadow now? Could it be an illusion? The falcon muttered, looked around carefully, and then turned back to the canyon. That was close. Fortunately, we came to the castle. Otherwise, we would have been caught red-handed. Inside the castle, looking at the falcon that disappeared in the picture, Gongsun Bei was scared. Then, he turned his head to look at the castle and said in surprise, "Is this the spatial divine item that you are hiding in?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, he piloted the ancient castle and flew into the canyon. Chapter 13:12. Inside the canyon. There were all kinds of beasts that looked very real. Some were lying on the ground and taking a nap. Some were looking around with disdain and majesty. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. What's going on? There are only these few people in the castle. At the same time, Gongsun Bei glanced at Viper, Dan Wangcai, Wang Xiajie, Black Dragon Snake, and the other beasts. His eyes were full of suspicion. Was this Qin Feiyang's foundation? He originally thought that since Qin Feiyang was so arrogant in front of the Chief Tower Master, there must be a large number of experts hidden in the castle. However, he did not expect that there were only these few people. Moreover, their strength was not that great. In other words, apart from the two nine-star emperor beasts, the seahorse and the seal, Qin Feiyang did not have any powerful experts around him. This kid had been pretending to be mysterious. However, he's quite good at pretending. Even the Chief Tower Master and I were fooled by him. Gongsun Bei muttered to himself as he pursed his lips in self-mockery. However, He did not know that Qin Feiyang's true foundation was not in the castle, but in the tower. Wait. Gongsun Bei suddenly looked at Viper and Dan Wangcai. Both of them had their backs facing Gongsun Bei, but their backs were familiar to Gongsun Bei. Gongsun Bei asked suspiciously, "You too, have I seen you somewhere before?" Qin Feiyang unnoticeably raised his eyebrows. This was what he was worried about. If Gongsun Bei recognized Dan Wangcai and Viper, he would know that Wang Zicheng and the others were lying. Wang Zicheng and the others were now in the chief tower. They were his spies in the chief tower and could not be suspected by Gongsun Bei. It was also because he considered the safety of Wang Zicheng and the others that he did not bring Gongsun Bei into the castle even though it was very dangerous. "Have we seen each other before?" Dan Wangcai suddenly spoke, but his voice was hoarse. As he spoke, Dan Wangcai turned his head to look at Gongsun Bei. However, when he saw Dan Wangcai's current appearance, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a smile. It was an extremely old face, covered with dry wrinkles. He then looked at Viper. Viper also turned his head. His appearance had also changed. He was now a sickly middle-aged man. "You've changed your appearance so quickly. You guys are pretty smart." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Of course. Adaptability is the strength of the Qinghai 10 heroes. Viper smiled proudly. Then, he looked at Gongsun Bei and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure we've met before?" Gongsun Bei glanced at the two of them and smiled bitterly. He clasped his hands and said, "I mistook you for someone else. Sorry." The two of them smiled inwardly, turned around, and continued to cultivate with their eyes closed. Qin Feiyang also turned his head to look at the situation in the canyon as he flew towards the end of the canyon. The canyon was not wide, but it was very long. It was like a giant python, winding and stretching to the end of the sky. About a few hundred breaths later, the castle crossed the canyon and finally came to the end. What entered the picture was still a sea of clouds. White clouds rolled, and fog lingered. It was like a fairyland. More than 10 miles ahead, above the sea of clouds, there was a behemoth floating. "What the hell is that? Is it an illusion?" Lu Zheng looked at the behemoth, dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang was also in disbelief. It was actually a city. The city was very big, about a few hundred miles in diameter. In the city, there were majestic buildings, wide streets, rolling mountains, and all kinds of birds and auspicious beasts flying above the city. It was like a continent floating in the void. Every brick, tile, grass, and tree was full of a mysterious color. What you see now is not an illusion. That city is the Mu family's nest. Gongsun Bei stared at the city, his eyes flashing coldly. "I didn't expect them to live in such a place." Qin Feiyang murmured. What was the difference between this place and fairyland? Clouds lingered, auspicious beasts flew. These people really knew how to enjoy life. Gongsun Bei said, "Although we found this place, there is still a problem." "What problem?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The Mu family set up an invisible barrier around the city. If you want to enter the city, you first have to find a way to pass through this barrier. Gongsun Bei said. "Divine barrier?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the void in front of the city. "Haven't you been here before? You should know how to break this barrier, right?" Lu Zheng looked at Gongsun Bei. "Do you see that man?" Gongsun Bei pointed at the edge of the city. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a 10-meter-tall stone pillar at the edge of the city. A black-haired old man in a green robe sat cross-legged at the top of the stone pillar, resting with his eyes closed. Gongsun Bei said, "His name is Mu Yuan, the first butler of the Mu family. He is responsible for guarding the barrier. Anyone who wants to enter the city has to go through him." "The first butler? Then isn't he an antique?" Lu Zheng said. "Yes. He has been here since the Mu family first came to the Forgotten Continent. Although he is only the butler of the Mu family, he has great prestige in the Mu family. Even the patriarchs of the family are very polite to him. Moreover, his cultivation is extremely terrifying. He is at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. When I first snuck in here, he was the one who almost discovered me." Gongsun Bei said in a deep voice. "The peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. Then he is a difficult opponent. Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Gongsun Bei and said, "The Mu family is so heavily guarded. How did you manage to sneak in here? I am really curious. How did you do it? Why do you have to expose a secret that no one wants to talk about?" Gongsun Bei laughed and said, "I was rude." Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. He turned his head to look at Mu Yuan on the screen. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Viper and said with a smile, "It seems that I need you to enter the city." Viper was stunned. He stood up and said, "Young master, please tell me." Qin Feiyang said, "Your cultivation is the same as Mu Xing and Mu Sheng. You are all 3-star combat emperors. You can disguise yourself as one of them and sneak in." "Okay." Viper nodded. He took an illusion pill and disguised himself as Mu Xing. Then, he found a set of clothes similar to Mu Xing's and put it on. This method won't work. However, at this moment, Gongsun Bei shook his head and said, "Why?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because Mu Yuan is a very cautious person. Even if the Chief Tower Lord came to visit the Mu family, or if the Mu family's people came back from running errands, they would first use the Heaven's Eye Stone to verify their identity. Gongsun Bei said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel angry. There were 3 layers of illusions outside. Was there a need to be so cautious? It can be said that for the past 10,000 years, the Mu family's base has never been discovered. It is all because of this Mu Yuan. Gongsun Bei sighed. This is really a difficult problem. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. If there was no divine force barrier, it wouldn't be a problem. He could easily sneak in. But now, even the ancient castle couldn't be used. What should he do? Lu Zheng's eyes flickered. He suddenly said, "I think we can only take a risk now." "What risk?" Qin Feiyang and Gongsun Bei looked at him suspiciously. Lu Zheng pointed to Viper and said, "He will use the identity of Mu Xing to tell Mu Yuan that Mu Dahui is missing." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He nodded and said, "This method is feasible." Immediately, he looked at Viper and the others who were suspicious and said, "Think about it. When Mu Yuan learns that Mu Dahui is missing, how will he react?" Viper thought for a moment and said, "He will definitely be shocked and immediately go to the top of the mountain to check." "That's right. When such a thing happens, the first thing he will think of is to check the situation, not to verify your identity. And if he wants to go to the top of the mountain, he will first have to open the divine force barrier, and I can take the opportunity to control the ancient castle and sneak into the city. But this way, there will be a big problem." Qin Feiyang frowned. "What problem?" Viper asked. "When we leave the city, it will be troublesome. And during the time we enter the city, you can't go with us. Because when Mu Yuan confirms that Mu Dahui is missing, he will definitely ask you about the situation. And if he can't find you, he will definitely be suspicious. So, this is a very dangerous thing for you," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Viper pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not afraid. I believe that I can deal with it." "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Although Viper had not been with him as long as White-Eyed Wolf and Fatso, he had long regarded Viper as a family. Frankly speaking, he really did not want Viper to take the risk. "I'm sure." Viper nodded. "All right. Be careful. Also, I'll give you Chang Shui. It will definitely help you at a critical moment." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took out Chang Shui and handed it to Viper. Viper was stunned. After following Qin Feiyang for so long, he naturally knew how important Chang Shui was to Qin Feiyang. Normally, he would never give it to anyone. But now, he was actually giving it to him. After regaining his senses, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Young master, you can't do this. Chang Shui is the only thing your mother left for you. I'm afraid." But before he could finish, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You're afraid that I'll lose it?" Viper did not deny it. "Since you're afraid, then live well. After we meet, you can personally return it to me." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Viper was a little flattered. Since Qin Feiyang gave him Chang Shui, it proved that he trusted him 100%. However, Chang Shui was too important. He was afraid that he could not bear Qin Feiyang's trust. Take it. Don't dawdle. If I hadn't broken through to become a 4-star combat emperor, you wouldn't have a share. Dan Wangcai said disdainfully. Ever since the time rule in the ancient castle changed, Dan Wangcai and Viper had been cultivating. Hence, their cultivation had undergone a huge change. Phew. Viper glanced at Dan Wangcai and took a deep breath. He knelt on one knee and received Chang Shui with both hands. He said solemnly, "Young master, don't worry. I will protect Chang Shui with my life." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he drove the ancient castle back the way he came. Chapter 13:13. Soon. The castle arrived at the entrance of the canyon. "Be careful." Qin Feiyang warned again. En. Viper nodded and looked at Gongsun Bei, asking, "Do you know what the Mu family's disciples call Mu Yuan and Mu Dahui?" "Uncle Yuan. Uncle Hui," Gongsun Bei said. "Send me out." Viper looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Viper immediately appeared at the entrance of the canyon. Looking at the quiet canyon, Viper let out a long breath and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the canyon. Qin Feiyang also drove the castle and followed beside Viper, just in case. Chirp. Not long after entering the canyon, the bloody falcon suddenly rushed out and blocked in front of Viper. But when it saw Viper's face, it quickly retreated to the side. When it passed by the bloody falcon, Viper nodded at it in a friendly manner. Not long after, Viper panted as he rushed out of the canyon, heading straight for Mu Yuan. Whoosh. At the same time, Mu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and 2 sharp lights burst out. But when he looked at Viper, the sharp light in his eyes quickly disappeared. "How is it? Did you find any valuable herbs? And Mu Sheng? Why didn't he come back with you?" Mu Yuan asked with a smile. "Uncle Yuan, we'll talk about this later. Now I have a very important matter to report to you." Viper stopped outside the divine power enchantment and looked at Mu Yuan as he gasped for breath. Mu Yuan was slightly stunned and frowned. "What important matter is it that made you so anxious?" Uncle Hui is missing," Viper exclaimed. "What?" Mu Yuan's face immediately changed and he stood up, saying, "What happened? Tell me." "Not long ago, Mu Sheng and I were looking for herbs, but we suddenly heard the sound of fighting at the entrance. I hurried over to check and found that Uncle Hui was missing," Viper said. Fighting, Mu Yuan's eyes trembled and said, "Could it be that some fierce beast accidentally broke into the entrance? I don't know either. Anyway, I've searched the area near the entrance, but I didn't see any trace of Uncle Hui." Viper shook his head. Mu Yuan's face darkened. "Uncle Yuan, do you think something will happen to Uncle Hui?" Snake asked worriedly. Mu Yuan raised his head to look at Viper and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, this old man will go and take a look personally." After saying that, he took out a golden badge from his chest and pressed it against the void of space. Wang. In the void in front of him, a golden light screen suddenly appeared. The golden token was embedded in the light screen, and a door of light appeared. Now, inside the castle, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He immediately drove the castle into the light gate. Mu Yuan also put away the token and walked out of the light door. It could be said that the castle and Mu Yuan had almost brushed past each other. After the light door closed, Mu Yuan looked at Viper and said, "Let's go." Viper glanced at the sky above the city as a glint flashed across his eyes. He then followed behind Mu Yuan and flew towards the entrance. "Please don't let anything happen to him." Qin Feiyang looked at Viper's back and muttered. He then drove the castle into the depths of the city. Inside the city, the streets and alleys were filled with people. Not all of them were cultivators here. There were many mortals. After all, the ingredients for the potential pill were too rare. It was impossible to take care of everyone. And the good resources were naturally given to those talented disciples. Qin Feiyang scanned the huge city and asked, "Brother Gongsun, are you familiar with the situation in the city?" Gongsun Bei shook his head. "Then it seems that I have to catch someone and ask." Qin Feiyang muttered as he drove the castle. As he sped along, he searched for a target. This target had to be someone who was timid and afraid of trouble, but at the same time, had a certain level of cultivation. Because ordinary mortals wouldn't know too much. A moment later, he drove the castle into a small alley. In the alley, there were more than 10 young men and women. They were surrounding a skinny black-clothed youth. That black-clothed youth had the strength of a 9-star battle king. As for the young men and women surrounding him, the weakest one was a 1-star battle emperor. One of the purple-clothed youth was about 20 years old. He looked at the black-clothed youth in an overbearing manner and shouted, "Mu Chen, I'll give you one more chance. Give me the white jade fruit immediately." White jade fruit. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled as he looked at the black-clothed youth in the image. This person actually had the white jade fruit. As for the youth named Mu Chen, he looked at the purple-clothed youth and said, "I really don't have the white jade fruit. Can you believe me? You don't have it. Do you think we're fools? I saw with my own eyes that you found a white jade fruit tree in the training ground. And you, not only did you pluck all the white jade fruit, you even dug out the tree. If I'm not wrong, you should be planning to give the white jade fruit tree to the patriarch to receive a reward." Beside the purple-clothed youth, there was a white-clothed girl. She looked at Mu Chen with a cold smile. "You must be seeing things. During this period of time, I didn't even go to the training ground." Mu Chen hurriedly said, but he looked a little flustered. Obviously, he was lying. Stubborn. Beat him up. I'll take responsibility for his death or disability. The purple-clothed youth roared. Hearing this, a few young men at the side immediately stepped forward and started to punch and kick Mu Chen. "Stop beating me. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Mu Chen wailed. "Stop." The purple-clothed youth waved his hand. "Trash. You should have handed it over earlier. Why did you have to force us to beat you?" The youths looked at Mu Chen with disdain and retreated to the side. One of them was even more outrageous. He even spat on Mu Chen's face. Mu Chen awkwardly got up. He glanced at the group of people and took out the cosmos bag. "Give me the cosmos bag." The purple-clothed youth stretched out his hand in front of Mu Chen. His attitude was very domineering. Mu Chen's face immediately turned pale. In the cosmos bag, there were not only the white jade fruit tree and the white jade fruit tree, but also all his belongings. "Didn't you hear? Give it to me now." The purple-clothed youth shouted. Mu Chen's gaze trembled. He quickly handed the cosmos bag to the purple-clothed youth with both hands. The purple-clothed youth smiled proudly. He grabbed the cosmos bag and looked at Mu Chen with disdain. "You want to fight with me? You're really overestimating yourself. Continue to beat him. Let him know the price of angering me." As soon as he finished speaking, the youths next to him swarmed up and beat Mu Chen crazily. "You can't do this, I've already given you the cosmos bag. What else do you want?" Mu Chen roared again and again. His face was distorted by the pain. The purple-clothed youth looked at him contemptuously and lowered his head to check the cosmos bag. Soon, his eyes were full of greed. He looked at the white-clothed woman next to him and smiled. "The white jade fruit tree and the white jade fruit tree are really inside." Hearing this, the white-clothed woman immediately beamed with joy. Whoosh. However, at this moment, the group of people only saw a blur in front of them. The next moment, they were shocked to find that they had appeared in a strange stone room. "What's going on? Where is this? How did we get in?" The group of people turned pale with fright. Hearing the voices of the purple-clothed youth and the others, Mu Chen raised his head suspiciously. His face was suddenly full of surprise. "Welcome to my castle." A hearty laugh suddenly sounded from behind them. The group of people suddenly quivered and quickly turned around. They saw a white-clothed youth with his hands behind his back, looking at them with ridicule. "You are..." The purple-clothed youth looked at the white-clothed youth in surprise. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his face suddenly changed and he said in surprise, "You're Qin Feiyang. It seems that I'm quite popular in your Mu family. Otherwise, not everyone would know me." Qin Feiyang said playfully. "It's really Qin Feiyang. Why are you here?" The group of people suddenly panicked. Mu Chen curled up in a ball and trembled. Why was he so unlucky today? First, his cosmos bag was stolen. Now, he met this fiend, Qin Feiyang. Who in the world didn't know of this lawless and terrifying existence? Who didn't know of it? Encountering him was equivalent to encountering the Grim Reaper. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people and then looked at Mu Chen. Finally, his eyes locked on the purple-clothed youth and he said, "You looked quite impressive just now." Plop. The purple-clothed youth's legs went soft. He directly knelt on the ground and begged, "Qin Dage, you and I have no enmity. Please don't kill me." The others also quickly knelt down in fear. He knelt down just like that. Humph, what a trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Lu Zheng despised. Isn't this the kind of person we're looking for? Qin Feiyang chuckled and looked at the purple-clothed youth and said, "I can spare your life, but it depends on your performance. Speak. As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know, without reserve." The purple-clothed youth nodded repeatedly. "First, give me Mu Chen's cosmos bag." Qin Feiyang said. "Yes, yes, yes." The purple-clothed youth hurriedly handed it over. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand and threw it to Dan Wangxai, saying, "See if there are any white jade fruits." After Dan Wangxai caught the cosmos bag, he immediately lowered his head to check. His eyes shone with green light. Soon. Dan Wangxai looked up at Qin Feiyang and nodded. "There are 3 white jade fruits and a white jade fruit tree inside." "Very good." Qin Feiyang smiled happily. Not only did he get a stalk of Shenyan grass and Shenyan grass, but he also got 3 white jade fruits. More importantly, there was a white jade fruit tree. With this white jade fruit tree, it meant that he would have an inexhaustible supply of white jade fruits in the future. This trip to the Mu family was really a big gain. Qin Feiyang looked down at the purple-clothed youth and said, "Now answer me, how many false gods do you have? How many 9-star combat emperors?" The purple-clothed youth's expression stiffened and he smiled bitterly. "I'm just a 2-star combat emperor, how would I know these things?" Qin Feiyang looked at the others. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Then where do your patriarch and your great ancestor live?" "I know this. Patriarch and great ancestor live in the sacred mountain."